over the national spatial planning and ecological environment supervision, as well as an important basis for the control of the national spatial use. The mandatory strict protection covers all ecological functional areas, ecologically fragile areas, and key areas of the biodiversity distribution in China. How does China manage the eco-red line? To build unified base map, unified standards, unified planning, and unified platform will be combined and included in the National Land and Space Planning One MIC. Then by constructing the 5-sphere monitoring system for integrated supervision. The 5-sphere includes space-based satellite, space-borne remote sensing, field observation, area drones, and mobile patrol vehicles, working together to monitor accuracy. The second part. Localization of nature-based solutions in China to enhance the natural resilience of ecosystems. In September 2019, the United Nations Climate Action Summit was held in New York, and China became one of the leading countries in the global action of NBS, promoting the practice and development of global standards for the NBS in China. The work related to nature resource management in China is highly consistent with NBS, such as conducting land use control and ecological protection and restoration, responding to a series of economic, social, and ecological challenges in the new era. To achieve a sustainable utilization and management of natural resource assets, enhance human well-being, and so on. This is highly consistent with the emphasis on synergy and trade-offs reflected in the global standards of NBS. In the transmission of spatial planning at all levels, timely warning and feedback are conducted to take necessary measures to balance multiple planning objectives in the natural, environmental, and economic society, reduce adverse impacts, and achieve coordinated and sustainable development of production, life, and ecology. Look at these pictures. It is one of the top 10 NBS sensory engineering, ecological conservation and restoration of mountains, rivers, forests, fields, lakes, and creeks in Guanping Reservoir area. Comparison before and after restoration effected by using comprehensive ecosystem measurement as a means and eliminating the largest ecological conversive factors as the foundation. We will stressing the natural renewal of the ecosystems. The third part, integrated systematic restoration and comprehensive management of mountains, water, forest, fields, lakes, grasslands, and sound, gradually enhancing the ecosystem service function. In recent years, China has attached great importance to planning of territorial spatial resilience and has successfully introduced the macro policies and regulations. For example, ecological protection and high-quality development planning in the Yellow River Basin emphasize the correlation between the different scales. At different scales such as regions or watersheds, ecosystems, and size, engineering planning, design, and implementation should be carried out to solve different problems at different scales. At the same time, attention should be paid to the correlation and the connection between the different scales. The final point, the ecological protection and restoration of the mountains, rivers, forests, fields, lakes, and grasslands require long-term monitoring and evaluation of ecosystem changes, full life-scale monitoring, and timely adjustment and optimization of practical measures to achieve adapted management. summary. In order to achieve sustainable development of a national land space, we based on the principle that the mountains, rivers, forests, fields, lakes, and the crests are a life community. Systematic ecological restoration, ecological remediation, ecological construction, and ecological rehabilitation, ecological resilience should be carried out in the national land space. Okay, that's all. This is the end. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Professor Carlos,
Yes.
sorry, I skipped, I messed up your presentation because I thought since we don't have the link, I couldn't recognize you are here. Sorry for that. You should be the first presenter, but in case you are here, do you have the video of your presentation?
I sent you the link, but
so can you send me the link again in the message here?
no, it's impossible.
Okay.
It's impossible because I'm with another computer.
No problem. No problem. You have I
have sent the first time, and after I resubmit.
Actually, we don't have it in the list. That's why. But anyways, let me to check. First, I want to ask you: do you have the presentation with you now or not?
No, I don't have here because I'm with another computer.
Okay.
I sent you the
yes.
I
I think
two times. Yeah.
I think something wrong in on that. Let me to check out. Meanwhile, we will take other presentations until to try to solve your the problem of your.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your understanding.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the next presentation, I will take the safety dilemma of gated communities in Turkey. Dr. Hatice. Okay, we are going to present your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I am Hatice Kalfaoğlu Hatipoğlu from Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University, Department of Architecture. Today, I will present my research titled with the safety dilemma of gated communities in Turkey, how borders threaten safe space formation in neighborhoods. I will start with introduction and then aim and objectives, and I will give a theoretical background about neighborhood phenomenon and safe space creation. And then I will focus on Newman's defensible space theory and give some results related with gated communities as a preferred housing typology in Turkey, and concluding remarks as a discussion of the solution of neighborhood pattern in Turkey and the dilemma of safety. Design has a great importance in the formation of elements that affect the quality of life, such as sense of belonging, adoption, and security. Neighborhoods strongly remind us of abstract and first-hand concepts such as solidarity, neighborliness, cooperation, control, partnership, similarity, proximity, etc. The influence of a dramatic change with the intense urbanization in the modern world due to the social, economic, and technological change, the expansion of the cities and suburbanization as a result of the advances in urban transit and highway, significant transitions in the physical structure of the neighborhood has also an influence on the social structure. Safety is one of the most important elements of neighborhood phenomenon. Gated communities as segregated islands has become increasingly the most preferred housing type in Turkey. and the relationship between safe space creation and urban design is forgotten a little bit. Neighborhoods which were safe and livable spaces in the past are rapidly transforming into mass housing and gated community areas today, with the motivation of creating safe spaces. However, creation of safe space can't be provided with borders. Safety in most of the studies was referred to the surrounding environment, which is forgotten today in Turkey. My aim in this study is to reveal the demolition of the neighborhood pattern in Turkey with the motivation of safety, which reversely influenced this safety negatively in the wider perspective, according to safe space theories. Several theories of safe space creation, including Neumann's defensible space theory, defends that there is a relationship between security and space in terms of urban design. This is investigated in many studies, and Neumann, as Neumann told in this study, an attention is drawn to the failures of segregated island blocks, which are the most preferred Turkish neighborhoods in terms of safety and urban design relationship. The design and configuration of buildings, streets, open spaces within the urban structures in the neighborhoods creates a dynamic harmony and spatial relations network within itself. For an efficient design of this configuration, it's important that the relationships in this network integrate with each other, overlap, that the elements create a harmonious part-whole relationship in a functional way, and they create a distinctively unique sense of place with an identity. The characteristics of the transportation schema in urban space, the presence of mixed-use areas, the calculation of the urban forms, and the balance of housing service spaces are very important indicators to improve sense of belonging in the neighborhoods. There are some theories about neighborhoods, like the neighborhood unit theory of Clarence Perry, new urbanism, etc., which emphasizes the importance of walkability, mixed use, ecological sustainability, or the importance of size, density, and heterogeneity of cities in order to promote sense of belonging and sense of community. In this sense, activity patterns of people like shopping, resting, gathering in specific areas, and the interaction in each other are really important, and these interactions and communications create social capital and strengthen the neighborhood's resilience. I want to talk a little bit about theories of safe space creation. Enhancing security in urban environments and providing possibilities for sense of belonging and interaction between inhabitants through planning and design has been at the core of discussions since the early 1930s. Feeling of safety is an important requirement for the formation of communication, interaction in the neighborhood. There are some theories which relates safe spaces with urban design. One of them is broken window theory of Philip Zimbardo. In this theory, it is emphasized that the role of the physical disorder of the space is an important reason in the formation of the security threat in settlements. Another one is routine activities theory, environmental criminology method, etc. These all emphasizes the relationship of safe space creation and urban design. My focus in this study is Neumann's defensible space theory. He emphasizes the importance of safe space configuration and urban morphology and urban safety with his defensible space theory. The navigation of people in the urban environment, how people use these neighborhood spaces, how sense of responsibility and sense of belonging can be developed between people are the main discussions in terms of spatial and morphological arrangement. Building type and form, creating the urban pattern has an important influence on residents' ability to control their environments. Higher buildings may result in increase in crime rates in public areas, according to the studies, because the residents lose their control in the buildings which are more than 5 stories. The number of people who share the entry of a building changes according to the housing firm and also has an influence on the control and sense of belonging. Transitional spaces, the hierarchy of public-private with physical or symbolic barriers also contribute to create safe space formation. And this hierarchy changes according to the number of people sharing the building entrance, circulation. For example, in high-rise buildings, this hierarchy private areas turn into public street due to the growth in the horizontal and vertical circulation, which is a disadvantage. Another important thing is placement of amenities. It's very important how the degree of sense of identification with these areas. Distant and unassociated green areas and facilities go unused and vandalized. It is very important. And in Turkey, in these gated communities, in this aspect, present some negative approach about this safety. Due to the dissolution in traditional neighborhood pattern and the destruction of neighborhood phenomenon, which was a social organization, and the increase in density brought the problem of lack of control and safety. This led to the formation of gated communities, walled, isolated islands with their own guided entrances and gardens. There's a distortion in the neighborhood relations has been emerged. Walkability and safety between these islands has decreased due to the lack of control and surveillance. Period ego public housing, high-rise development, which became a sewer broken of glass and garbage vandalism, they were not able to evoke feeling of identity or control, and the anonymity of public spaces didn't let people to develop sense of belonging. And there is a strict similarity between this period ego and the housing in Turkey today. The gated communities of today, Turkey, the morphology of which is similar to this housing, should be protected from the destiny of period ego. With extra budget, it is provided guidance, etc. Instead of that, for the future developments in Turkey, safe space creation and spatial organization should be correlated and considered deeper in order to create livable and sustainable neighborhood environments. Thank you for your listening me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Khadija. I am going now to take another presentation to see who is the next.
I'm sorry. I have the link now. I is in the
okay,
chat.
Doctor,
Yes.
please send it to me.
No, I sent. I already sent in the chat.
Isn't it? I didn't see it.
Is in the chat now?
In the chat,
I
yes.
haven't seen yet.
You have it, Dr. Hatija?
No, I also don't have. Perhaps
yes.
It's coming. It takes a bit. Perhaps we can.
Okay.
One more.
Okay.
It's coming I'm now. In Lisbon. Is it far?
Yes. So
yes.
This is
we are a group of 3 researchers.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
From Portugal and Belgium, currently investigating the user's experience of shaded spaces, aiming health promotion, mitigation and adaptation to climate change. In this communication we present a study, integrated in our research multisensory loggia. Microclimates within loggia spaces near public walkways and building entrances are potentially strategic for resilience to extreme weather conditions. However, the public loggia may also be a space of conflict of appropriation and vulnerability, resulting in obsolete voids problematic for buildings and cities. This raises questions about its morphology and essential requirements to improve its functional performance. Our study object is a public loggia, specifically outdoor covered areas integrated in the ground floor of urban buildings. The objective is to identify spatial attributes of the public loggia, aiming to improve social justice and public health through the urban resilience to climate change. Therefore, a transdisciplinary study based on qualitative research was developed combining spatial experiences of experts and users. We interviewed experts in anthropology, bioclimatic architecture, ecological economics, environmental psychology, human kinetics, inclusive design, landscape architecture, public health and urban planning, to increase information diversity. Pertinent to approaching the complexity of the phenomena under study, we interviewed 26 citizens of different ages and abilities with and without impairments. To facilitate participation, part of the interviews were carried out remotely. We used a semi-structured questionnaire and coding to analyze the resultant data. Combining spatial experiences from experts and users, it was possible to find diverse attributes related with the spatial performance of a public loggia, specifically related to the following topics. 1. Climate adaptation. 2. Social behavior. 3. Cleaning and maintenance. 4. Usability. 5. Visibility. And 6. Pedestrian mobility. The bioclimatic potential of the loggia was argued by Geets, mentioning rehabilitation as a priority. Concerning climate adaptation, specifically in unfavorable weather conditions, it appears that a significant majority of the interviewees perceive the loggia as an advantage. However, covering the entirety of a walkway with a loggia would impose a disadvantage on pedestrians, during periods when direct sunlight or the breadth of open sky views may be stimulating. Also, in regards to auditory perception, the loggia may not be a very stimulating space. Possibly for this reason, a 68-year-old blind interviewee suggested a loggia solution with open skylights, which would only be closed during periods of rain. These openings in the roof would alter the hearing space and make it more natural. It is a creative but complex solution, resorting to these automatic devices on a city scale. However, it is more feasible to provide sidewalks that allow users to opt for spaces with or without a loggia, through partially covered sidewalks. Amante suggested the loggia as a space for socializing, which is also referred to as a quality by several interviewees. Relatively to social behavior, the loggia presents itself as a place of conflict of interests when we consider the homeless. At the level of spatial justice, we understand both positions. The homeless, without resorting to a fundamental right such as housing, seek to reduce their suffering in microclimates generated by loggia spaces. We also understand the inconvenience for shopkeepers and residents that concentrations of homeless people in store or building entrances are a nuisance. We believe that the construction of more public loggias does not contribute to the increase in the number of homeless people, as it may reduce the concentration of this community in these spaces and promote the reduction of this conflict. The homeless interviewed mentioned that they prefer loggias with fewer people in their condition. However, we argue that in a fair city, the homeless should have the right to social housing. Almeida considered cleaning and maintenance as fundamental requirements to guarantee in urban planning. By introducing a loggia in urban rehabilitation, with the solution of a roof protruding from the facade, there are advantages in terms of continuity and the flow of pedestrian circulation. Likewise, users are protected during facade recovery works, as mentioned by a deaf interviewee. By contrast, introducing a loggia in building plots becomes impractical, resulting in porch loggias, with walls generated from the encounter with existing buildings, mainly the ones with heritage value. Furthermore, corners of walls are difficult to clean. Social inclusion seems fundamental in the planning and design of public loggia spaces, considering usability in the broadest possible way, mainly, not forgetting vulnerable populations such as children, the elderly, or people with impairments. As Borders Eddie mentioned, the materiality, the constructive details, such as the existence of steps between the loggia and adjacent walkways, may not allow for usability. Furthermore, we consider that it may induce the risk of falling, mainly in the elderly. We think that the continuity of a leveled floor, or through a sloped floor when this is not possible, could contribute to facilitating urban cleaning. The loggia provides a space for light transition, helping to alleviate visual discomfort for people with low vision, as mentioned by the 12-year-old interviewee with visual impairment. Likewise, a well-sized loggia makes it possible to eliminate awnings in shop windows, mitigating the occurrence of collisions with the heads of blind people, as they are not detectable with a long cane. Almeida and Bernardo mentioned that the public loggia may have obstacles in its morphology that compromise its visibility, inducing security risks. Likewise, deaf interviewees prefer loggias with cantilevered structural solutions allowing greater visibility of the loggia. The absence of columns also contributes to obstacle elimination in regards to the mobility of blind people and facilitates urban cleaning. Loggias that are too dark can induce insecurity. Likewise, a deaf interviewee mentioned the difficulty in lip reading in these spaces. It appears that many residential buildings built since the appearance of reinforced concrete have public loggias that are too deep to be well lit naturally. It is argued that in buildings with no heritage value, these public loggia spaces could be partially converted into offices or shops, resulting in more guarded circulation areas with adequate lighting. Martos mentioned that the public loggia could generate confusing spaces due to the concentration of people. Some contradiction was identified in the use of the public loggia. Ramos defended it as a space for pedestrian mobility, with priority being given to an unobstructed flow. Other interviewees suggested the public loggia as a place to stay with terraces. Ramos' solution is more adequate, due to the objective of this research being to adapt urban pedestrian mobility to climate change, mainly during heat waves. However, there may also be spaces for rest, mainly in areas of greater width, without interrupting the pedestrian flow. Menezes suggested the continuity of shady trees in adapting urban areas where it is impossible to introduce public loggia spaces. Ramos defended the continuous canopy as a natural loggia for pedestrian circulation spaces, and Marta Pedrosa mentioned the rehabilitation of green areas as a potential for reducing the temperature with advantages in terms of ecological economy. The potential of transitional spaces, such as the loggia, to generate urban microclimates is present in several research studies in Alstimas 2004, Feroz Muvalinga 2011, Shaman, Steamers Matsarikis 2015, Misalmi, Nejati Ahadi 2017. Climate change, in a socio-cultural dimension approaching space, is explored by Craig 2011 and Rosler 2017. However, the public loggia as a transdisciplinary approach, connecting experiences of experts and users with and without impairments, is not found in literature. Therefore, the findings assessed may contribute to an exploratory knowledge approaching spatial resilience to climate change. In short, the findings suggest that a public loggia needs to consider local climate, social behavior, usability, urban cleaning, visibility and connections, as far as possible, with the main urban walkways. The findings also suggest that the public loggia only contributes toward urban resilience if its architectural details approach affordances and diversity within its users. This work has been funded by national funds, Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia FCT, in the framework of Project UIDB 05703-2020 from the Research Unit CCAUA. We are grateful to all people and associations involved in this study. The authors declare no conflict of interest.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Finally, we got your presentation. It is very interesting. I will go now to the so we have already the rethinking the public loggia. Okay, this is for Dr. Ann. Yes, but what that was the link that we started. Dr.
Yes,
Carlos,
the public loggia.
This is your.
Yes, this is me. Is my communication. Yes, is
Okay, okay. So in this case, we have presented the last presentation.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I was expecting that you have the first one, because in my list coming this empty place, if you see, in another version I have, it is written your name also. I don't know, let me to check out if...
Yes, I can explain. There are two versions. For the first version, there are my was in the first place.
Affordable
in the
housing.
second version, for the end.
It was about affordable housing, isn't it?
No. My presentation is this one.
Okay. So another Dr. Carlos means.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Carlos. We are now open to the questions, if any, because let me do. We are here now to see if anyone has any question regarding the things that we discussed. Okay, Muhammad.
Hello, Hojam. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you all for the valuable presentations. I have just two questions for Dr. Hatice. During her discussion about the sense of belonging and other related matters in case studies in Turkey. So my question is about the social design, her approach about that, not to solve a problem directly, but to provide opportunities to raise the level of sociality, for example, in the proposed study. And the other question is, what is the proper approach, Hojam, in your opinion, about the topics of quality of life and quality of the environment in any proposed, like in standard, in general? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for your question firstly. The example that I showed in the slide is a social housing by TOKİ, which is the governmental social housing foundation. But generally, the general they attend to make these gated communities in order to provide a safe space. Because the old neighborhood pattern has been dissolved. My approach here is or safe space creation with borders and safe people who are caring for safety, but with some planning approach it should be provided, like for example making the stories not more than 5 stories, because we lose our contact when we go more than upper than five stories. So we should make, for example, not this point in the form of points, the buildings, but we should have, for example, some courtyards in order to provide control on some areas, and these areas should be controlled by the inhabitants, etc. So there are some ways in literature how to make a qualified planning environment, planning approach in order to provide safety. So we should focus on this instead of just building high-rise buildings and making borders near it. It was my consideration. We should take attention how we can, without borders, provide this sense of belonging, sense of control, the eyes on street we should provide. This was my general approach, and in literature there are some theories about it, how to provide safe spaces. So it should it deserves more attention than just making borders, which dissolves the neighborhood pattern. I don't know if I could respond to the question.
Yes, Hocam, the question it's clear in a way, but excuse me, the approach between the social design and the social housing and the quality of life or the quality of environment in the city, is it important in your opinion to the
Yes,
topic?
of course. Providing enough green spaces is important, but it shouldn't be in gated parts, because it should be available for all people, but it should be controlled, because out of these borders are vandalized and you can't walk out of these borders. So there is no neighborhood then. There are just islands with borders segregated, and you are not able to walk between them because there are high walls. So for quality of life, there should be mixed use, for example. It's important. It takes the eyes on the street, the observers we use here, etc. Walkability is an important thing. For example, we should ensure some walkable environments. But now between these borders, there are, for example, streets which have enormous width. So I think there should be, there is not just one factor that can be said for quality of life, but a balance of all these things, providing the balance of all these things. For example, if you make segregated islands and a huge street between them, so you can't ensure walkability, you can't promote walkability. That if you cannot walk out of these borders in the neighborhood, then it is not safe, because there are no eyes on the street, just cars which are going fastly through these borders. And for quality of life, safety is very important, walkability is very important, green areas which are accessible for all is very important, mixed use is very important. I think these are some basic things that I can simply say, but I have also an article about it, which is more detailed, how to provide promote safe space creation. Perhaps more answers, detailed answers can be found in this article also. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you so much for your answers, Hocam. Thank you so much.
Again.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you, Dr. Hadija. Any other questions regarding the three previous presentation? Okay, I have some questions about the presentations. Actually, I will start with Dr. Cheng. I want to ask, are you there, Dr. Cheng?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I would like to find the similarity between these keywords, systematic ecological resilience. Can we consider mimicry is the same word with that, or there are differences? And where is the differences in your opinion?
The ecological resilience, I think, is about the main problems to be solved, ecosystem restoration and biodiversity, the ecological and climate change. Yes. Okay.
So it is we are talking about the something like adaptation. Yes, is it correct what I say?
Yes. So for example, the China's Shanshui integration, it solves this climate change and the ecological ecosystem, the restoration, and the coordination between the scales, the large scale and the small scales, the ecosystem, and the ecosystem project, and from the macro scale to micro scale, and coordination of the different ecosystem functions. Those who cannot plant trees and those who measure water should measure water. I think mountains, rivers, forests, fields, lakes, and grassland and sand are independent and closely connected communities of life. So I'm from partial and single factor restoration to comprehensive multi-scale and multi-factor integrated protection and restoration and comprehensive management. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much for your answer. Dr. Carlos, loggia, it is a historical element in urban space, as far as I know, because Stoicism started from there, yes? Am I right when about what I say?
Tamam, 3 gibi gelmeye çalışacağım inşallah.
Yes, it is a historical element. Yes.
Yes, the philosophy of Stoicism started from there when Zeno and Epictetus started to talk about their concept in this loggia, and then the name brought it to us from that origin. This is as far as I understood. But what I want to ask, what do you think the criteria of loggia should be, especially in countries with low respect to the regulation, you know?
Yes, I think we must try and to do public loggias, and it is something that is good for the resilience, and so we must try to do circulations, because maybe now we are different from the past. We are new persons, and we will arrive new climate, and sometimes in some countries there are lodges, but in courtyards, and not in the streets. And if we do small experiences to test if it is function, I think is a good experience. Mainly lodges without problems of visibility, because sometimes the loggia with the structure, events, and gives problems related with criminality because it's a dark environment without visibility enough. And if it's just protruding cantilevered structure with visibility in mind, I think it works well. It's not tested, but well, I'm quite sure.
I think so also. Thank you, Dr. Carlos. Dr. Hatija, you mentioned in your presentation that the special organization and safe space still not discussed in Turkey. I believe in many countries also. What do you think the reason could be?
I think there is a fast urbanization, yani very fast urbanization process. And for Turkey, it's easier to just make some buildings and then decide some borders because some people need it. And for high-income people or middle-income people, it can be managed. You have a budget for the security. I think it's easier, and housing and the quality of living environments is not considered. I think is not coming firstly. There are some, for example, gaining money, etc., are more important a little bit. I have been for 13 years in Vienna. I lived there. For example, also the population is not so high as in Turkey. Also, there are not such gated communities there. Yani they are trying to provide security really, and they are trying to create high quality of life with planning. Really, planning has an important prominence there. So for Turkey, just providing fast living environments to respond to the housing needs very fastly without some background, let's say. I think it's because of this, and it is a long-term decision to make some plans. And in Turkey, a lot of things are going really very fastly, as you know. I think I think the reason like that.
Yeah, I agree.
On the basic things.
I agree actually with you, because the people here are just looking for the building and selling now.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the three topics that we were discussed about? If no, we can go for other parts of the session. We have examining the role of new urban communities and redistributing population. Empirical evidence from Egypt. Mohammed Khalid and Dr. Hussam. Are you there, Mohammed?
Yes, Hojam, I'm here. Yes, Hojam.
Let me to share then the 1 minute. I will share the things. Sorry. Oh. Yes, I'm sharing now. Oh, sorry. I have to share it with sound. Yes, okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Khalid. And
Is it
today I'll be
okay?
presenting the following paper titled as Examining the Role of New Urban Communities in Redistributing Population in Purple.
Can everyone see the sharing?
Yes, we can see it.
Empirical evidence from Egypt.
Okay.
So the current presentation will mainly have 5 main parts: introduction, literature review, research question, research methodology, findings, conclusion, and discussion. So starting with the introduction. Over the last century, the concept of urban communities has developed extensively to fit each of the countries and citizen context and culture. Originally, the urban communities were developed in England, where 2 garden cities were developed with the contribution of Evans and Howard's participation. Then, in 1922, the concept was adopted in Italy. In 1946 and in 1966, the new urban communities were developed in the United Kingdom and France due to the destruction caused by the Second World War. And the new urban communities were developed mainly around Paris and London in order to start absorb the population away from these major cities, finally reaching Egypt in 1979, where a notable extension into the desert occurred in Egypt to build many new urban communities after the war in 1973 to overcome the high population density in the Nile Valley and the major cities. So here we can see the development of the first generation of new urban communities mainly around Cairo, and the development of the second generation of new urban communities where they developed mainly around Cairo and south to Aswan, start the development of new urban communities of Aswan. Finally, the development of the third and fourth generation of new urban communities. The third generation of new urban communities mainly resolved around Aswan, while the fourth generation of new urban communities have not been defined yet, or their locations have not been specified to this day. So interestingly, when we look at Egypt's 3 ring roads surrounding Greater Cairo were developed to limit further extension on the agricultural land and restrain Cairo's urban sprawl, similarly to England's Green Belt. Moving on to the literature review and research questions. So literature review is split into 5 main concepts. Improving new urban communities in Egypt needs policy modifications such as encouraging decentralization, coordination between relevant policies at the national level, and an upgraded legal framework, maximizing participation of private investors in urban communities to improve management criteria. Development of new urban communities must include growth, change, which should be implemented using the quality and quantity simultaneously in the social, cultural, and economical aspects. Regional, economical, environmental, and social studies and plans should be part of a project to efficiently build connections and interrelationships between existing cities. More than proposing new towns is needed to solve the problems caused by the overpopulation. So the current research problem for the paper is, although investment in urban communities is often seen as the best alternative to overcome the high population densities in the Nile Valley and major cities, yet many of these cities have yet to reach their initial target of occupation rate, where the average occupation rate between all the urban communities brings up an average of 25%, which is somewhat extremely low. This has pushed the paper to provide the following research question, which is: are new urban community expansion practices in Egypt able to distribute the population fairly efficiently, and if not, why? And the aim of research is to provide quantitative evidence from the viewpoints of residents and non-residents of new urban communities in Egypt to bridge the gap in the strategic approach to the development of new areas. Furthermore, getting insights regarding new residents and non-residents viewpoints on new urban communities and possible issues that need to be resolved. Moving on to the research methodology. So the 3 variables which will be used to measure the ability of new urban communities to redistribute Egypt's population are the quality of life, which means the availability of facilities and necessities; attraction and satisfaction, which is the satisfaction and willingness to move or stay within the urban community; independency, the ability of the new urban community to act and develop on their own. So different indicators were highlighted to express each of the variables, as seen in the table. English and Arabic versions of the questionnaires were developed to assess the perspectives of residents and non-residents using indicators. In September 2022, final versions were distributed mainly electronically, targeting Egypt's main cities and the first 3 generations of the urban communities present, while 4th generation of new urban communities were excluded from the study as they are still being developed and built. moving on to sample characteristics. By the end of September 2022, 633 usable responses were used for analysis in the study. The total responses were classified according to 254 responses from residents of neighboring communities, 279 responses from non-residents of neighboring communities. The sample characteristics show a variety in data. For example, 40% were from the first generation of neighboring communities, 40% were from the third generation of neighboring communities, and only 22% from the third generation of neighboring communities. Finally, the data gathered was analyzed using the ESS program. Moving on to the findings. So for the quality of life, assessment of new urban community residents and non-residents showed that the quality of life in urban community is relatively low, as total average scores of this variable are 3.77 and 3.64 respectively. Results indicate that residents and non-residents slightly disagree that urban communities provide a good standard for quality of life. As for the independency, the analysis of new urban community residents and non-residents showed that the independency of urban community is relatively low, as the total average score of this variable are 4.13 and 3.65 respectively. Results indicated that residents and non-residents believe that urban communities need more jobs, especially essential needs, housing units, as they still depend on other major cities such as Cairo and Alexandria. As for the attraction and satisfaction, the results demonstrated that residents and non-residents slightly agree that urban communities attract and satisfy people, as the average score was 3.48 and 4.12 respectively. In addition, they believe that because urban communities are less attractive, they barely mitigated the overpopulation in the major cities in Egypt. Further analysis. More analysis was done to explore how residents and non-residents consider relevant factors contributing to the development of and improving of residency in urban communities. Results show that residents and non-residents weigh the 8 factors used differently. There are no significant differences in the rank of improving. There are no significant differences, only in the rank of improving infrastructure, healthcare, and educational services. Moving on to the conclusion, discussion, and future research. So what can be concluded from the research is that results show that although the varieties of residents and non-residents involving urban communities differed, they realized that urban communities are less effective in solving the problem of overpopulation in big cities, leading to lower overall quality of life. Furthermore, results demonstrated that Egyptian urban communities need to be more self-contained and independent, and the housing prices need to be revised to be reachable to most of Egyptian citizens, as well as these findings support the results of prior studies and that concluded that urban communities must become more attractive to absorb more of the population from the major cities such as Cairo and Alexandria. And this supports the results of Sims 2014, Ahmed and Jamichud, Shaukat, and Abdurrahman. Some of the implications provided by the research are: first, implication definition of low and middle income groups in Egypt need to be redefined or revisited. The second implication included institutional preferences and policies regarding land management, property management, and housing must be revisited. The implication stated that to make urban communities more attractive, responsible authorities and developers must get feedback, opinions, suggestions, and desires of various stakeholders involved. The independency of urban communities must be reinvestigated. Public authorities, especially the urban communities, should reassess the accuracy of published statistics and realism of the target population for these urban communities. As for the future research, future researchers are invited to replicate the study's findings using large samples that could include cities from the fourth generation of urban communities, extending the results of the study by investigating the opinions of other stakeholders, such as, for example, experts, as well as combining questionnaires and case study analysis to verify these findings. Thank you very much. I'll be interested in your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will go now for second presentation, sociospatial inequalities in Algerian cities, Guelma as a case study. Professor Khadour and Munira, Any one of the authors are here? Anyways, if not even, we are going to start it now and we will see.
Hello everybody, I will present my work entitled Socio-Spatial Inequalities in Algerian Cities, Gelma as a Case Study. I will communicate following this agenda. I will start with an introduction, then objectives of the work. After, I will present the historical and geographical context, urban evolution of the city of Gelma, the urban structure of the town of Gelma, programmed housing and equipment in new neighborhood, existing housing quality, the factor causing socio-spatial inequalities. I will finish with a conclusion. Gelma, like a large majority of Algerian cities, continue to experience a very high demographic growth, which results in a persistent housing crisis. To face this problem, new housing programs have been recommended and a new financing formula integrating the participation of society has been proposed. The concretization of these new policies has resulted in urban extensions towards the periphery of the city center and the creation of new urban neighborhoods with remarkable spatial social inequality. The objective of this work is to analyze the evolution of these inequalities from the 1990s to the present day, focusing on the new neighborhoods of the Southland use plain of the city of Gelma, where the phenomenon observed is more obvious than in the inherited center. Gelma is a city located in northeastern Algeria, approximately 500 km from the capital Algiers, 60 km southwest of Annaba, and 150 km from the borders of the Republic of Tunisia. This city covers an area of 45 km square. According to the 2022 statistics, Gelma has population of 518,927 inhabitants. The city has a long history dating back to the Roman era and has been marked by various historical events. Over the years, Gelma has become an important center of commerce in the first step industry and agriculture. During the 20th century, the city experienced rapid growth due to the exploitation of its natural resources. The growth led to an inflow of residents from neighboring cities, creating housing crisis. To address this issue, housing programs were launched starting in the 1990s. The central core in red and blue is colonial creation. This part of the city still exists and houses both individual and collective residents with architectural styles from the colonial area, neoclassical and modern architecture. After independence, the city experienced rural exodus, leading to the creation of new informal neighborhoods and the slums to the west of the city, represents in beige on the map. From the 1990s onwards, the city extensions were regulated by the Master Plan for Development and Urban Planning. Structuring of the city can be considered as mixed, with several distinct elements. There is a first well-defined structuring in the original part of the city, a second structuring to the south of the urban core, a third spontaneous and assertive structuring, and finally a fourth structuring currently being implemented between this last one and the structuring of the original core. There is a Eastern structuring that depends on individual housing programs and topographic characteristics. This creates a lack of coherence and articulation in cities' extensions, a kind of backbone that would follow the direction of these extensions. The overall structuring is primarily dictated by the layout of National Road 20, which extends from east to west, as well as the layout of the railway and the Cebu River. These elements form a large tangent to the city, limiting its expansion towards the north. Therefore, urban extension inevitably favor the north-south direction which goes against the east-west axis. This, the urban structuring of Galma is influenced by these geographical and historical factors, creating a particular dynamic in the city's development. The facilities proposed by the Master Plan of Development and Urban Planning Program for the Land Use Plan. South Extension cover total area of 25.40 hectares, representing 28.22% of the total area of the land use plan. The majority of this area is collected to housing and the education sector. These two programs have been implemented along with a few other healthcare sector programs. After reducing a field survey, it was observed that there is a complete absence of other sectors such as culture, administration and services, sports, and leisure economic services. The statistics show that collective housing is the most dominant, characterized by isolated and almost identical blocks, with an average density of 60 units by hectare. That this type of housing is occupied by a population with a low to medium income. It's a part of social and socio-participatory programs. This type of housing has created a new and distinct landscape in the city, resulting in the lack of the urban continuity and creation over open spaces without urban structure and without a specific or diverse architecture quality. These two illustrations show the difference between the downtown boulevard that existed since the French colonization, where the treatment and the maintenance of the space were kept, and the boulevard of the newly developed south neighborhoods, where we can observe a lack of maintenance and exterior design. Social and functional separation with neighborhoods for social housing with a poor treatment of the road infrastructure and the total absence of shops and proximity needs, where these are found on the ground floor of the socio-participatory housing. The factors causing socio-spatial inequalities. The concentrations of economic and commercial activities in the city center which attract investments and skilled jobs. This creates a high demand for housing in this area, driving up prices and making housing access difficult for the poorest residents. Another significant cause is the political urban planning that has favored the development of residential neighborhoods in the city center while neglecting the working class districts. The rapid population explosion and the unplanned urbanization have resulted in inequalities in neighborhoods created in new urban extensions. This work has highlighted the importance of understanding how these inequalities have evolved over time, focusing on the southern neighborhoods of Gelman's land use plan. The consequences of the policies identified in this presentation provide concrete direction for addressing the socio-spatial inequalities. Intervention strategies should aim to reduce disparities in resources and services by implementing more equitable housing policies. It's also essential to establish urban development strategies that encourage citizen participation and the creation of sustainable and inclusive neighborhoods. Solving socio-spatial inequalities is a complex program that requires a multidimensional approach and coordination among various stakeholders. Urban actors such as policymakers, urban planner, a researcher, and civil society must collaborate to implement effective policy and interventions. It is also crucial to consider local specificities and socio-cultural contexts to adapt solutions to the realities of Gelma and other Aegean cities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We will have the next presentation, a study on female accessibility and the prayer space in mosque architecture of Bangladesh, a case study near Kafrul, Dhaka. Dr. Maud Kashfia, are you there?
Yes.
Any?
Yes.
Okay. Kashfia, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will share your presentation now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Kashfia Alam Khan. I'm from Department of Architecture, Alanya University, Dhaka. The title of my paper is A Study on Female Accessibility and Prayer Space in the Mosque Architecture of Bangladesh, a case study near Kafrul, Dhaka. So at first, I want to describe my abstract. The female prayer space in the mosques of Bangladesh is a bit different from what has been actually narrated in the hadiths for women's prayer space at mosques. Women here are not socially allowed to enter the mosques unless there is a separate allotted prayer space for them. This paper is aimed to represent the status of female prayer space in the community mosques of Dhaka, the capital city of Bangladesh. Sample mosques were selected within the walkable distance from a randomly chosen central residential area of Kafrul Thana. Data collection method includes non-participant complete observation for the study of the cases. The research outcome shows none of the community mosques allow or have any separate space for women. A mosque containing a separate female zone located at the nearby cantonment area was also featured to represent the characteristics of female accessibility in a mosque where it is available. So this is the background and research question of my paper. Islam does not directly ask to separate female prayer space for the women inside the mosque. Rather, there are only guidelines to make a separate rows of women and pray behind the male segment. This is why the basic mosque architecture consists of a large courtyard at the center of the mosque to gather people for congregation. The Messenger of Allah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Do not prevent the maid servants of Allah from going to the mosque." This is what we learn from the pure hadith as a statement from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam narrated by Ibn Umar. But unfortunately, despite of being more than half of the population, females in Bangladesh are being deprived of getting into most of the mosques only for not having urban accessibility to the mosques as the consequence of social discrimination. Whereas most of the scholars of Islam state that women are not prohibited but rather exempted from going to the mosques for daily prayers, keeping in mind that their child rearing and other domestic responsibilities. I've divided the literature review into two divisions. One is historical references, and the other part is present practices and observation. In the historical references, we went to the history from written scripts and narrations that are references of hadiths, and history of chronological development of mosques of the origin that is located in Makkah and Medina, and women's participation in the mosques in those cities, and women's space and accessibility in the mosques in those cities of Islamic origin. And in the present practices and observation part, we went through the present perceptions and observations of the contemporary scholars and researchers. In the historical references part, I have collected some authentic hadiths that are the sources of narrations of the teachings, activities, and history of Rasul Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam by his companions and witnesses. Salah is the fundamental prayer needs to be performed 5 times a day by every eligible Muslims. It is very important and sometimes mandatory to perform Salah at the mosques for the Muslim males, but it is optional for the Muslim females as they have to take care of the family and little children. And there is no objection or prohibition for the females to enter the mosque for prayers with proper coverings, norms, and etiquettes, for which we get reference from pure hadiths from the hadith collection books. These are the hadiths that women that are regarding women's activities in the mosques. These are the hadiths that prove that women participated in the Eid congregation prayers, and these are the hadiths prove that women had accessibility, the separated accessibility in the mosques during the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And these are the hadiths that are regarding objection on women's going into the mosque without proper dress code or attire. Teachings from the historical background. So these are the teachings we could find from the historical references. Number 1, Islam does not directly ask to separate female prayer space for the women inside the mosque. Rather, there are only guidelines to make a separate rows of women and pray behind the male segment. Number 2, it is clear that women should not be prohibited from attending the daily or congregational prayers in any masjid, provided they observe proper dress codes, do not perfume themselves, and the like. Number 3, an architectural planning solution of the entrance gate accessibility and covered or uncovered prayer space allocated for women is important to provide this facility in every mosque according to the Islamic teaching. And if we go through the literature part of the current practices and perceptions, we could find these 3 points. Number 1, the role of women in mosques has been a topic of debate within the Islamic community for centuries. Many Islamic communities have had separate spaces for women in mosques, which were often limited in size and not equipped with the same amenities as the men's section. The concept of women's prayer space in mosques is a controversial issue within the Islamic community. While some argue that women should have equal access to prayer spaces in mosques, others believe that separate space for men and women are necessary for cultural and religious reasons. The contemporary practices of women participation in the mosques do not always completely follow the root practice guidelines of the Islamic origin. So this is how I designed the methodology part. In the methodology part, I have divided it into 2 parts to study on women's accessibility and space provision at the mosques. One part is a study of historical references, which I have already mentioned, and the other part is a study of current practices in Dhaka, Bangladesh. This is the mosque plan during the time of Prophet's companion and 3rd Caliph Usman in 650 AD. The entrance gate of women in this mosque is named as Bab an-Nisa. So we can see that the female entrance is separated, but the prayer space for women is not separated inside the main hall room of the mosque. This is the site location. Kafrul is located almost at the center of Dhaka metropolitan city. Kafrul Thana area is 7.89 square kilometer. The area holds a residential mid-income community consisting of a total population of 2728939, among which male is 147793 and female is 125146. Hence, the female population is 46% of the total population in this area. So in this area, to narrow down the study area, I have chosen a centrally located, randomly chosen point and selected 6 mosques within the walking distance of this point. And I have chosen another mosque beside this area, which is in the restricted zone. And the name of this mosque is Rajinikanth Officers Quarter Jami Mosque. This is located in the nearby cantonment area beside this, beside the Kafrul Thana. So when we studied and surveyed these 6 mosques, we found that none of the mosques have space for women to pray inside the mosque. And even there are lack of spaces in the Friday for the Friday congregation. So males, even the males, they pray outside the mosque because they do not get enough space inside the mosque. Research outcome shows that none of the selected 6 mosques within the walking distance of this residential area have a separate space dedicated for women. Consequently, women cannot participate in daily 5 times prayers in these mosques or Friday prayers according to the social practice or prohibition. Also, women are not used to participating during the Friday congregations or daily prayers by making separate lines behind the men's line following the narrations on the hadiths on these general mosques. There is even a lack of space for the male on Friday prayers. The reason behind this may be not having adequate space for the mosque territory due to lack of space in the residential area in the overcrowded city. When we studied the female prayer space located in Rajinikanth Officers Quarter Jame Mosque, we could find that there are separate accessibility for the common people or male, and there is separate accessibility for women and separate entry gate for women in the mosque. This is the separate access for the females, and this is the separate entry for the females. This is the prayer zone where women are praying the Friday in the Friday congregation, and this is the separated washing zone for females. This is the plan of Rajinikanth Officers Quarter Jame Mosque, and when we look at the ratio of female praying zone and male praying zone, we can see that only 4% of the mosque territory is dedicated for women, whereas female Muslim population of Kafrul Thana is 46% of the total population of this area. So discussion and conclusion of my paper. The study highlights the lack of female accessibility in mosque architecture in Bangladesh and the importance of incorporating separate female prayer spaces in the design of community mosques. Not all the mosques have accessibility option for the females to enter the mosques as directed by authentic hadiths. The results also indicate a need for more research in this area to develop guidelines and standards for the design of female prayer spaces in the mosques. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I am going to the last one to see the aestheticization of real estate market as a gentrifier in the city. A case study of Roberto Crespo, Toral Avenue, Ecuador. It is very interesting title, but unfortunately I don't have the link. Architect is Tiban, are you there? Or maybe Associate Professor Dr. Korakh, also not here, I think. Architect Natalia, are you there, any of you? Architect Boris, we are aspire to see want to hear about this topic? Any one of you? Okay, since no one is there for this presentation, I will skip this presentation because I don't have the link and I don't have the video. Means we are going for the discussion. We had 3 presentations, one examining the role of new urban communities in Egypt, and another one is talking about inequality in social spaces, and the other one, the female accessibility in a prior space. It is some kind of inequity in or gender inequity. We are open to the questions. Muhammad. Yes.
Yes, Hojam. Yes, Hojam. Thank you, Hojam, and thank everybody about the valuable presentations again. My question is about the last presentation. Is it Kashifa?
Yes.
About the yeah, Kashfia. I'm sorry about the misspelling.
Kashfi.
The female accessibility. I have two like one minor and one major question about the problem that she proposed. The first one is, what is the intellectual background about the problem according to your study? The first one. And the second question for me, like the first one, is it, did you try to improve the spaces according to the problem? And the second one is, what about the cultural approach? What is your cultural approach about the proposed problem to make it more general? So I want to just brief the questions. The first one, with the intellectual background, did you try to improve the spaces? This is one thing. The second one is, what is the cultural approach according to the proposed problem? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the questions. Yes, I have gone through many researches which prove that there are demands for physical space for the women in the mosques. There are many researchers have done already on this part, and basically in Bangladesh, the religious women want to go to the mosque, but there are lack of spaces. That is why women cannot participate into the mosques. Okay, and from this demand, I urged to do this research on the local area. And regarding the second question, can you repeat the question, please? Again.
Yes, please. Like to make the idea in general, or to make major concerns about the proposed problem, because maybe I'm familiar with the such a problems. So what is the cultural approach that you had I'm just interested with the issue. So what is the cultural approach of the proposed problem, like instead of the praying spaces?
Okay. The cultural approach is I have already mentioned it in my presentation, that women are socially not accepted to go to the mosque. Okay, if there is a separate space in the mosque, if the mosque provide a separate space for the females, then women are allowed to go. Okay, but in the general mosques, like the roadside mosques, we cannot get space in the mosque, a separate space in the mosque. So we cannot enter in any of the mosque without if there is not provided a separate space for the women. I think I have. This is what we see in Bangladeshi culture.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Kashfia, do you want to add something?
No, it's okay. I think I have provided enough information in the literature review part in my paper. I would ask Muhammad sir to look into my paper for more information. Thank you very much.
Of course, I will listen to I will see
Thank you.
the presentation again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kashfia. Thank you, Muhammad. Any other questions? I have a question for Muhammad Khalid, if he's there.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you?
Good.
Thank you for the presentation. When you was talking about the new urban communities, and I was waiting for the urban solution in terms of design language. I couldn't find it. I was waiting for that.
Yes.
I don't know if you have something in your mind you can tell us, or you still in the process of doing that. The paper is clear, give the criteria and the things, but in architectural and urban solutions, do you have anything in your mind?
I wouldn't say it's more of a design approach, because I think it's not more about the design approach, but it needs somewhat of an integrated strategy which combines all of the problems together, or tackles all of the problems together. Because it is not just somewhat of a physical problem, but for example, an issue within the urban communities in Egypt is that there's a lack of participation from the residents of these cities. So for example, the designers or people who are designing these cities do not have enough information or enough feedback from the people who are they building for. So it's not about just somewhat of a design proposal, but it requires somewhat of an integrated strategy that tackles many problems at the same time. The first problem, for example, in my opinion, which needs to be resolved, is having somewhat of a solid database about the current state of urban communities in Egypt, because the database itself isn't really up to date. And through this method, we wouldn't know what's the current state of the cities. Afterwards, for example, we would, after having somewhat of a solid database and the current standpoint of the cities, would move on to solving the problem itself. Furthermore, the issues within the urban communities are not similar. There are some similar problems within the cities, and some cities have different problems. So, for example, we would next then think about how to tackle the similar problems within all of the urban communities together, as well as thinking about a strategy to solve the individual problems for each of these cities. So it's not about more of a design which needs to be solved, but many problems together. So I think it requires more of an integrated strategy rather than somewhat of a design proposal, because the issue is not in terms of design alone. For example, the housing affordability, many of the housing which is being provided isn't really affordable. For example, a study which was done before in Egypt here found out that the housing which is being developed is in terms of affordability, was from the highest 20% of the people earning in Egypt, rather than it tackling for the middle and lower income families. So it's not about more of a design, but it will require somewhat of a strategy which integrates many aspects together.
Yes, it is correct, 100% what you say. Integrating the strategies is coming in the beginning and should be solved clearly, and then we have to start the next step, which is the design, which is our language. That's why we why I told you this, because I start to think about something like this came to my mind when you was presenting the satellite towns, you know.
Yes.
Maybe it could be one of the helpful strategies for this.
Yes.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to ask, Munira is here or not? Munira, about the socio-special inequalities. Anyways, I would like to ask, because you know, they say that the known is unknown because it is known. So we are using equality, inequality too many time maybe per day. But what is the definition of this? And how we are going to define the inequalities or equalities in urban level in architecture. I was waiting to see the answer of the author. Anyways, this answer, this question can be for all of us now. If anyone has an answer for this, he can or she can answer me about it even later, or can write it down. Last thing I want to ask Kashifa, you know, architecture is connected and coherent to the rituals and to the culture and social habits. The issue of neutralizing the females in a prior area, it not belong to religion. It's belong to the society itself. The rituals of the society has genderizing the issue. So if you want to force the people through architecture, it could work, but in the beginning, we would like to have a good knowledge basement about the gendering or gender equity. I think that the matter is not only the problem of architecture and design. It is deep inside the society, and it should be solved by education. This is my opinion. I don't know if you have any comments about that.
Yes, you are right. You're absolutely right that the society and the social thought process should be changed, because this is not the guideline from the religion of Islam. And that's right, that women and men and women in the societies are getting educated already. And the new urban planning approaches should respect the guidelines of Islam regarding the space given for females in the mosques. That is what I wanted to focus on my paper.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there are no any questions more, we can end the session, and I will convey the chair to Dr. Zoran if here. If there are no any doubts or questions about what we said, so we can end the session and go to the different session, which is belong to heritage and the cultural landscape. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentations and participations. See you in other sessions or in other conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, hocam.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 结束了吧？
Good afternoon again. We are in the process of starting the new session. It is about heritage and cultural landscape. Dr. Zoran Markovic is there. Dr. Zoran, what about Kasturba, chair or co-chair? No one of them is here. Okay. Maybe they will join us later. We will start the presentation. The first presentation. By the way, the voice is clear for you all. If anyone has a problem with the voice, please write down for me.
Yes, so John, for me it's good.
Okay, we will, heritage and cultural landscape, it's part of urban identity and sense of place. This is the concern of this session. And we will start with the Dr. Zoran himself is not here and his link is not appear for us. Unfortunately, we will start with the reconstruction and the restoration of monuments as part of city identity formation, case study of Teuku Omar Kopia Mukhtop monument in Melabua city, Indonesia. Julicia is there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I will start to share your presentation, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I couldn't share my screen?
No, I will do, don't worry.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you so much.
I will do. So, we can start now.
Good day, everyone. I'm Julicia from Indonesia, and I'm currently taking my doctoral degree in design at the National University of Technology in Taiwan. I'm really happy to be accepted as a presenter in this conference. My research is about reconstruction and restoration of monuments as a part of city identity formation, his study of Teuku Umar's Kopiah Mukhtop monument in Malabo City, Indonesia. So my presentation includes an introduction, the literature review, research methodology, research finding, and finally discussion and conclusion. So let us know about Teuku Umar first. He is a renowned revolutionary fighter from Malabo City, Indonesia. The Dutch, who was colonized Indonesia by that time, has executed him as a traitor and enemy. The Dutch governor ordered to celebrate his killing in the same year by building a monument. The monument was later on changed from the Dutch victory to a symbol of Teuku Umar's heroism against the colonizer. So here are the infographic I made to further introduce to you the timeline of the monument. So in 1899, the first monument was built by the Dutch to celebrate the killing of Teuku Umar. The second monument built in 1970 by local government, and the function changed from celebrating Teuku Umar's death to commemorating him as a national hero. Unfortunately, in 2004, the second monument was destroyed by Indian Ocean tsunami and rebuilt 4 years after by the help of the nonprofit organization DRR. In 2015, the local government decided to relocate and redesign the monument based on their observation on how the monument was largely forgotten and unvisited by the residents. So with this, I wanted to investigate on why is this monument important for Malabo City and how did the process change the monumentality of the structure. First, the monument appears as a kopiah maketu, defined by its different color with meanings that represent the life of an Achenese people. The color red symbolizes heroism. Yellow means kingdom or state. Black represents firmness or determination. Green represents religion, Islam, which is the most dominant religion in Aceh. And lastly, white means purity or sincerity. So this design, with its meaning, play an important role among Achenese. Now, we are going to literature review. There were previous studies conducted related to monuments and monumentality. The most relevant among them were from Johnson and Rittmeister in 2007 and Rimas in 2016. According to Johnson and Rittmeister, the study shows how a person in the monument can be forgotten, but his deeds can still recall. Meanwhile, according to Rimas, monument is not just an evidence of an event that happened, but a characteristic and identity of a place. Thus, the monument must be able to give an impression about the history and a message for society. So, to derive the conclusion of the study, I selected the following research methodologies. First, semi-structure interview with Malabo City government. This semi-structure interview is to mention the importance of hearing the government side, and then allow the researcher to determine whether the government's motivation convey to the residents. Lastly, examining whether the government's action have been effective in improving the monument's condition and if the residents have integrated the monument into their activities. Second, field observation. This field observation is to compare the residents' responses and the interview results with the government. So during this process, the researchers will visit the monument area at different times on weekdays and weekends. The researchers will also have the better capacity to express through writing the state of the monument and how the city's residents interact with it, and integrate the structure as a part of their urban activities. Now we have the research findings. So from the semi-structure interview, the intention of the local government was to transform and better integrate the monument through reconstruction and restoration. The government has implemented this through redesigning the monument to be a place as educational and historical place for visitors. As you can see in the master plan of grand design, we can see that the kopiah maketu is a landmark or a center of this area. So by redesigning the monument through expert planning and inclusion of the monument in the grand design, this place will be a place of historical and educational place to visit. And the study of monuments, physical form, the government wants to create a memorial that was as near as Tipu Umar's original had as possible. So they modified the design and planned Tipu Umar history within the monument. For the field observation, there were positive and negative observations. The positive observation includes how the visitors are using the constructed monument better than the previous one. So additional designs were provided to educate the visitors. And the monument also served as a venue for annual reenactment of the Umar's heroism. Meanwhile, the negative impact includes lack of local ordinances to keep the area clean and orderly, the absence of the necessary public facilities. Finally, discussion and conclusion. Monumentality is the state to which the monument is remembered and utilized by the residents it served. The Umar is an integral part of city's identity to his heroism and serves as a model citizen for Malabo residents. The responses from the local government and Malabo residents concurs towards the redesign and reconstructed monument. Visitors express more positive responses regarding their experience in the area and the monument based on field observation from the study site. The government, urban planners, and architects must place the monument within a broader urban context in order to enhance its significance to the city and society. The government attained their goal in making the monument closer and more integrated to people's activities. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to the next presentation. If Mansour Wasila is here. Unfortunately, we don't have the link of many of the researches, which is actually a pity. This is because of many of Algerian couldn't catch up with the conference because of some issue, internet issue. Anyways, Jacqueline, yes, how are you? Okay, where is your presentation?
You can hear me well?
Okay, this is great.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Adaptive multicultural cities and the planning policies in the Mediterranean region.
Yes.
This is great. I think I will try to play the video from my side because I have it. I got it from Dr. Hussam.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Yes.
Can I make you host and you present it by yourself? Or you can send the link to me as you like?
As you like. It's not possible by sharing the screen?
Yes, I mean, you can share the screen or you can send me the link to share it by myself. Which one?
As you like here. As you like, I can do both. You can.
So send me the link.
Okay.
On chat, if it is possible.
Yes, here it is. Okay.
So I'm waiting to appear in the chat box.
Okay.
So let me see if it is okay.
Fine.
Documents, we see. Okay. No, it is coming by Word.
Sorry?
The file came to me by Word. It's not going to work like this.
I thought I can, yes, 1 second. I can do this.
So send it with the.
Okay, here it is. I thought I should send the link, the direct link, but sorry.
Yeah, if you have the link only, it is good.
The link was in the Word file, but here is
in the Word file?
video.
Okay, let me
Yes.
see. Let me see. Let me see. I'm opening the Word file now. This is the YouTube. Okay. Okay. Here we are. So this is the link, yes?
Yes. Oh, okay. Why it's not?
Video. No.
I'm sending you the video anyway. Yeah. So we don't.
Okay, send the video to the chat box, please.
Yes, I already did it. It's almost
Okay.
there.
I think needs some time to upload on the.
It's already done by my side here, so.
Yes, but need time to be uploaded on the box. Chat
I'll
box.
check again. Okay.
Did you find it or not? Did you send it? I mean.
Yes, it's in the
It's
not
chat. It's not appear. That's why.
I can share it until it arrives to you. I can start by sharing it from my.
So let us to do like this. I will make you host. You know that process. Yeah. I will make you host. You are going to share, and then you retrieve host to me back. Okay. Okay. Now I will make. Now you are host. So.
Okay. So.
You can share.
Yes. Here. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
I'll start now, right? Fine.
You go to, yes, open your.
Hi, this is Jacqueline. I'm a PhD candidate.
It is not, you have to share it, you know.
I'm sharing it.
We are not seeing the sharing. We see your screen, but the video is not coming to us.
Okay, 1 second.
Planning policies in the Mediterranean region.
This is weird.
You go to the Zoom site of us. Then from there, you go to share, and go. You will find your.
Here, I'm clicking on the new share.
So stop sharing and restart again.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
I stopped it.
Now you go and do share again. You will find your screen, your own screen, and then click on the.
You can see my screen now.
I see your computer screen, and I see the files. So you should not show it like this.
Hi, this is Jacqueline.
It is not going to. Okay, okay.
Sorry.
No, this is happening. No problem. We have time also. retrieve back the host to me. I will try to manage in different way.
Okay.
So make me host again.
How? It's done.
You go to my on my
yes
picture. You will have three dots. Click on them.
Done.
And choose
yes,
make host.
I did it.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let me to find it out with different way. 1 minute.
I'm also trying to check the link at the moment.
Okay, let me see this. Share. Okay, here we are.
Oh, fine.
Hi, this is Jacqueline. I'm a PhD candidate, and today I present the paper topic Adaptive Multicultural Cities and Planning Policies in the Mediterranean region. In the past few years, planning urbanists and expertise pointed that multiculturalism may offer opportunities in Mediterranean cities, as it enhances successfully in countries' economy and adds effective changes in society. Also, Mediterranean cities started to develop their policies in urban planning to adapt the impacts of internal and external changes like environmental or cultural changes, and this consequently resulted in creating various opportunities of adaptation in practice. The term adaptation is recently used more in studies related to climate change. But in this research, we'll find together that it is a shared responsibility and it could be used in topics related to cultural factors also. And to reach this shared responsibility, it requires partners from every sector: governments, business, civic institutions, and organizations. Regarding the multicultural term, generally we know it as it applies laws and values to all, or it combines diversity with the equality of human rights or socio-cultural differences that are accepted. But referring to the Mediterranean basin, we look for the perspective of the endless flows of human energy that has been existed around this basin, also the direct network of relationship with the rest of the world, especially related to the important centers of touristic and political powers and economy, and the dialogue that appeared between various civilizations that improved in the relationship between the populations. Famous authors like Browdell, Jane Jacobs, and William White argued that multiculturalism is a good standard and essential to economic growth and development. The research led me to the question, what are the concerns of urban planners regarding achieving adaptive urban planning in Mediterranean coastal cities? Through my study, I found that there are two types of elements that influence in the Mediterranean cities' nature. Tangible, like for example, the architecture and landscape, and the intangible, like for example, the festivals, language, and daily practices. These elements formulate the local identity of people and attachment to places and sense of belonging in the lived spaces. And regarding these elements, we have also the multiculturalism, as it's referred in research as an element that should be considered in the adaptive urban development, as it enhances the residents' life quality. Stein, from his point of view in his book, Organization, Culture, and Leadership, stated that multiculturalism can be systematized. He chose 4 elements and he concluded his vision through them: the values that are defined in the qualities of expression, and the rituals that are the formal and informal procedures that culture maintains, and the stories that take the cultural values in action and consequences if the culture is violent to these values. Through my research, I came to the main 4 factors in the study: the multiculturalism as a social factor, and this was studied through the diversity, culture, heritage, identity, and sense of belonging. And the Mediterranean cities, I studied in the cities the history, the natural features, the environment, climate and landscape, and also the architecture and urbanism, how we'll see the historical layers and identify the Mediterranean style, and the adaptive planning transformation as the physical factor that was seen in research through the social groups adaptation, the tangible and intangible aspects. And although most Mediterranean cities present a leading touristic destination, various Mediterranean cities face external challenges caused by massive flows of people and experience the urban sprawl. Here I'll focus among all the challenges of the city centers. As in Mediterranean cities, they exceeded the capacities of spatial expansion, and there is the increase in need for housing and land use. And also we'll have the lack of control in the industrial market, and there is a limitation to the movement of concentration and spatial distribution of activities. The methodology I followed in my research is the investigations that varies in various adaptive visions and procedures of Mediterranean cities, and studying and integration of the cultural spatial dynamics. And to evaluate the study, I chose two cases, Beirut, Lebanon, and Marseille, France. They will be indicated where an observational methodology in city centers is mainly approved. And at the end, I came with further contextual elements and uncovered new adaptive practices. I'll present to you one of the two examples, namely Beirut. This city, although it faces, it was destroyed many times by war and external pressures, it could succeed in regaining again its role among other Mediterranean cities. And in its adaptive urban planning, the project took a public-private partnership, and it consists of various topics. One of them, the first project and most famous one, is the Solidaire in the Beirut Central District. It followed the regeneration process. And in the master plan, in research, you will find how they decided for a new kind of mixed use and an extensive public domain. And what characterizes more this master plan is that it's three-dimensional. They focused on the maximum heights, also not only the zoning of the land use, and this to control the services of the new architecture of the downtown. Also, we have the conservation of the historical city, and this was supported by the UNESCO. Actually, in this project, they integrated the archaeological areas within the urban fabric and landscape spaces. And we have also the fact of the restoration of various, around 300 buildings nearing to completion. Related to the adaptive urban planning, we have the new waterfront district. I'm showing you here a proposal of the project. In this project, the first basin of the port of Beirut will be integrated, and various activities will be added in this area. Also, the street network is rationalized to allow an overview theme that defines view corridors to sea and mountain. And also not to forget the recovering of the eclectic architectural traditions of the past, which created major architectural opportunities, appeal to world-class designers, and now architects and urban planners are attracted to Beirut, contributing to the repositioning of the city. Following future projects related to the Martyr Square and the Grand Axis of Beirut and the termination of the wartime Green Line. At the end, following the end of the research, we'll find the results that show that Mediterranean multicultural cities, they show both threat and opportunity at the same time. And for this reason, we require the adaptive adaptation method. And to organize the different approaches, we should start by discussing the history of the development responses and how planners address the cultural differences in the field. and to grow into the service providers and community development corporations. It depends also on how to expertise the response. If the land use, if the existing land use, for example, serves the shelter needs of these groups or not, the diverse cultures of groups or not, and how the unusual public resources can allocate to serve the land use needs. And to discuss research, we'll come to define the framework that helps Mediterranean cities to become more adaptive. It's, for example, to discuss the effective tools to evaluate the timing of adaptation and which document of adaptation actions should be developed, and to highlight different strategies through previous practices, enhancing the adaptive objectives, and to take a measure of how planning practice is responding to cultural diversity and the complexity of planning, balancing diversity, equality, and public interest in the challenge of planning practice. To conclude, the challenges to reach an adaptive urban transformation need a strong coordination between urban planning and heritage preservation. Also, new opportunities are presented for advancement of interest of diverse communities. Multiculturalism provides a source for a new social imagination of current urban transformation that invents commitments to the preserving of the Mediterranean identity, cities identity, and the planning is designed to respond to real human needs and day-to-day activities. Urban planners need to look for sources of diverse citizenship that indicate the new kinds of practices about belonging to and participating in society. At the end, I'll share with you this quote: "A city is more than the sum of its buildings. It may also be only as resilient as its citizens," quoted by Thomas Campanella and David Gottschalk. They define the adaptive living system of Mediterranean societies, adaptive to face constant structural or environmental changes. I'd like to thank my supervisors, Dr. Hussam and Professor Dr. Silvia Covarino. And also, I'd like to thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for your presentation.
Thank you.
We are going to another presentation, and we will manage the discussion in the end. Just let us to see if, of course, we have many questions regarding the thing that you present. I will go, since I have time. I will take another research presentation because I have the time supposed to. Okay, we have almost more than 20 minutes. So I will take one presentation from the second round. It is significance of cultural heritage of sacred places, a value-based assessment. Sorry, I couldn't, if I am not pronouncing well. Kithralika Karimbil, are you there?
Good evening, sir. I'm Chitraleka.
Chitraleka,
Yes,
sorry.
sir. Good evening, sir. Chitraleka, I'm Chitraleka.
Okay, sorry for that, because I couldn't pronounce it. So I will present your presentation, if you don't mind, before
yes,
the
of
round.
course, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Namaste. Warm greetings to all. I'm Chitraleka, research scholar, Department of Architecture and Planning, National Institute of Technology, Kerala, from India. I'm presenting a paper on significance of cultural heritage of a sacred place, a value-based assessment. Let me introduce the presentation with the importance of sacred places in India. Indian culture has developed a fascinating collection of religious beliefs and customs in connection with sacred places. A sacred place is considered sacred because of natural landscape formations and also due to the architectural works which have been erected on them. The physical, social, and cultural attributes enhance the holiness of the site and make the sacred place very special. The significance of cultural heritage. Cultural heritage, as stated by the International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICCAUA, and UNESCO, is a demonstration of the lifestyle developed by any community that can be transported from one generation to the next and then further. It is not restricted alone to buildings and artifacts, but also encloses the various cultural traditions which are live expressions of inheritance. They can be in the form of art, folklore, group practices, rituals, festivities, knowledge and skills to produce traditional crafts. The religious places are unique examples of our cultural heritage, as they are the foremost places which give birth to traditions, practices, and rituals, and also the most significant ones to keep such customs and practices alive. Now, what are the values associated with cultural heritage? A culturally significant site is associated with a rich combination of values such as aesthetic value, historical value, spiritual or religious value, social value, scientific value, cultural or symbolic value, economic value, etc. Value is the underlying reason behind the entire notion of a heritage conservation, because every society will make efforts to conserve what it values the most. The assessment and understanding of this value-based approach have become more important. My research area is Tirunelli Temple in Wayanad district of Kerala in India. This research attempts to explore the heritage values associated with the Sri Mahavishnu Temple at Tirunelli, one of the most ancient temples in Kerala. The temple has a great tradition and it is one of the most important Vaishnavite temples in India. The temple is located at an altitude of about 900 meters in North Wayanad in a valley surrounded by mountains and beautiful forests. It is located in Kerala, the southern state of India. Research methodologies. This paper uses the value assessment approach to examine the various values associated with any cultural heritage based on the review of various international charters dedicated to heritage conservation. It is a mixed method approach with an extensive review of various sources, which was followed by field observations in the temple and detailed analysis of its heritage values based on the review of various international charters, and then face-to-face conversation with the people, including members of temple authorities, community residents, and the general public as devotees and shopkeepers. Coming to the analysis of various values associated with a temple. Aesthetic value. This temple is an embodiment of ancient temple architecture. It has a typical Kerala temple structure with an inner sanctum surrounded by a tiled roof structure, an open courtyard, and a granite lamppost. Along the outer wall of the temple is an incomplete cloister made of granite pillars, which is slightly unusual for a Kerala temple. The architecture is executed without cement or mortar, based on a strange geometrical calculation. Another structure in the temple that captures the attention is the century-old aqueduct that ensures a copious supply of water into the temple, which has no well. Historical value. There are lots of historical events associated with the temple that create the outlining feature of identifying heritage. Tirunelli finds its own place as an important human settlement in the historical values of the Sahyadri Mountains, and hence this landmass is a valuable asset. There is a detailed description of Tirunelli in various Purana literature also. Spiritual value or religious value. Tirunelli temple is also famous as a place where devotees perform ancestral rites. The rituals are performed on the banks of the stream Pabanashini, which flows down from the Mount Brahmagiri. It is believed that the stream has a divine power to dissolve the sins of all mortals. These are some of the natural elements associated with the temple, which adds to the spiritual value. Social value. The above mentioned spiritual or religious values associated with the temple contributes a lot more to its social value in terms of witnessing a confluence of humanity with a large number of devotees gathering on the banks of the Pabanashini stream to pay obeisance to their ancestors. Scientific value. It is beyond dispute that Tirunelli was once an important town and pilgrim center in South India. In the dense forest surrounding the temple, the ruins of two ancient villages can be found, which will enhance the human understanding of the natural, historical, and cultural aspects of the region. Cultural or symbolic value. Since the ancient regional kingdom of Kodagu and the state of Karnataka are in the neighborhood, there is a possibility of having such a mixed culture of the people for the people here. One can find the impressions of the cultural mixture of three languages in various proportions existing here. The profile of all these values associated with the cultural heritage of Tirunelli temple is summarized here with the respective significance indicators. Coming to the discussion part, renovation activities could be seen on three sides of the temple, and it was observed that there are threats to the heritage values of this temple. It was evident that its key elements have not been taken into account seriously during the renovation process, which will lead to a loss of its partial history and heritage, creating a gap in its value that could be forgotten in the future. The Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, INTAC, has urged the authority of the temple to protect the historically significant precinct while carrying out renovation work and submitted a memorandum to the authority. This assessment helps us to frame an appropriate guiding principle for conservation approaches in planning and heritage management. It could be concluded that the right assessment of values will help in devising better conservation strategies, which will not be generalized, but rather will be project specific. So this paper is a step in the direction to promote the conservation of Tirunelli temple by acknowledging one and all of the significance of this noted cultural heritage by using the value-based approach. This leads to integrating all assessment approaches, establishing policy frameworks, and developing suitable conservation strategies. The reference section, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. We are now in time to start to discuss the things. Since we have enough time, then we will start with the remaining papers. But so far we had three presentations, reconstruction and restoration. It was the first. Second one was the adaptive multicultural for Jacqueline, and the third one was for Chitralika, which is the place, yes, cultural heritage, significance of cultural heritage. Any questions regarding these presentations from the audience? I would like, if nobody, I would like to ask, I will start with Julicia. Restoration and reconstruction and restoration of monuments. I want to ask you, can time, only time, make a monument part of city identity, according to your opinion?
Well, thank you for your question. I'll try to answer. In my opinion, time can make a monument as a part of city identity regarding to my research. As it presents.
You think that? Sorry, can you increase your? I cannot hear you well. I don't know. Maybe the problem is with me.
Hello, can you hear me clearly? Okay, thank you.
Can you answer me again?
Oh, yes, of course, yes. According to my research, time can make a monument as a part of city identity. I can use my finding to answer the question as I did the field observation and the semi-structure interview with the government, and then I can conclude that time can make the monument as a part of city identity.
So even if the monument has no identical root inside the society.
Yes. As for my research, it can be a part of city identity, but for the literature review I had, it depends on the monument and the location which the monument plays.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about only the factor of time. The factor of time.
So it depends on the monument, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have one question for Jacqueline. Jacqueline,
yes.
Adaptive urban planning in the Mediterranean, do you think it is need or just accidental? Or it is related directly to the identity? How these things could happen or happened?
Well, we can't say one fact for this. We can't say that it is just a need or something accidental, because it depends on, first of all, the scale of the city that is in need of this process. Also, to what extent are we addressing the socio-cultural factor? Are we addressing the socio-environmental factor? So depending on the impact or the external and internal changes that are facing the location by itself, we'll see if there is a need that should be planned for the current era of time, or it should be planned for future vision. In other words, planners or expertise, they need to follow up the current and day-by-day life practices in the location itself. So of course, if we'll notice, like, we have this unstoppable flow of people and the exchange from location to location among the Mediterranean basin, we'll find somehow that we have in different areas or in different Mediterranean city, the urban sprawl factor is starting to develop. So it depends on the scale and the factor.
So do you think the most influential factor is socio-environmental or sociocultural, or it is socioeconomic? Which one is more influential?
Also, in this case, you can't say one. In the main thing between both elements is the socio part. So depending on, also I need to say that it depends on the city itself, and the relation between the city and the economy of the country. If it's supported by the economy of the country, I think the main focus will be related to the socio-cultural. But if it's not supported by the whole country, I think that the city should concentrate on, should play its own job, like concentrating on its socio-economic factor. For this reason, we can, in my research, I found actually this part very interesting by comparing some cities between the north and the south of the Mediterranean basin.
Thank you very much,
thanks,
Jacqueline, for the presentation. I'm going to Chitralika. I hope I pronounce it well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's Chitralika.
Thanks God. Thanks God. Chitralika. Okay. It is interesting what you are talking about. I want to ask, since you are from the land of religions and many religions, I want to ask which one is more effective on or has the value, religious cultural heritage or natural cultural heritage. Why I am asking this, because I know nature is part of the religion in India. That's why I'm asking this.
Yes, sir. So in this particular context, I think all the values, here I have assessed 7 values associated with the temple. I think all the values have equal importance because this particular temple is located adjacent to the next state, Karnataka state, and it has a very combination of different culture. So the cultural value makes a significance. And regarding the history part, nobody can find out the age of the temple, but it is written in certain old texts that the temple has 1,500 years old. And there are many myths and legends associated with the temple. So historically, it is very important. And at the same time, the social value, because this place is very famous for certain religious rituals like the Papanashini stream, which is very considered as very holy, like Ganga. And people do the prayers and other religious rituals as part of the death of a person. And the scientific value is also very important because this place is believed that to be having a very old settlements. So it was once upon a time was a very large town, pilgrimage town. So it has a significant value. At the same time, the aesthetic value is also very important for this particular temple because it has a combination, even though it is constructed in the Kerala temple architecture, but it has a mixture of the other Dravidian style, which is in the adjacent state. Because the front portion, we could see that there are rows of columns, which is not of Kerala style. So when we consider all the values, all the 6 or 7 values which we have identified is of equal importance.
Yes,
And Indian culture, of course, as part of Indian culture has a this value of the sacred place. It has a very important role in the Indian culture because it has developed a very fascinating kind of rituals and other religious practices along with the sacred places. So in that case also, these places, we have a lot of such places in India, especially in Kerala, based on the location, the historical values, everything. So all these places are very important when you consider these values associated with the temples, even if it is associated with the nature, because all the sacred places, why we call these as a sacred place, because all these are associated with the nature. Sometimes they may be having some streams or the caves, sacred caves and the holy river, or any kind of structure, and we have the build structure on top of them. So when you consider all the aspects, I think many of the religious structures in India, all the values are equally important in our culture.
Thank you very much, Chitralika. Thank you very much for all the audience. And we are going now to shift to the last part or the seventh round. I will start with the place identity, translating into culture. The town of Rajapur in the cultural region of Konkan. This is in India. Yes. Who can be here in the, or nobody from the authors are here? Vishwaka and Rachiti, no one of them. In any way, we are going to watch the oh, it is not, it has the same problem of Jacqueline, isn't it? Let us go to the ritual void in the sacred architecture of Montenegro. Dr. Ima, are you there? Dr. Ima? Okay.
Hi everyone who following the conference. I'm Nemanja Milicevic and I'm a teacher assistant at Faculty of Architecture in Podgorica. I'm one of author who do this paper. Another co-author is docent Dr. Ema Aliković-Jašarović. She is a professor also on Faculty of Architecture in Podgorica. So I will try to introduce the paper that speaks about ritual void in the sacred architecture of Montenegro. First, I want to talk about abstract shortly. The sacral architecture was always aimed to ritual the space, which gained a special form for making the void. Common to all religion, the need to create the grandiose, some kind of sacred void, which achieves the mystification and the special experience of the religion space. However, I think the contemporary realization of sacred architecture points to the need to a redefinition of the sacral void. So this paper, in this sense, the goal of this work is analysis the similar scale of the sacral void, which is present is a numerous example of the sacral architecture in Balkan. This paper will try to find several relevant examples in the territory of Montenegro, which will be proceed. So the whole idea of emptiness remains the consequences of the religion, cultural, but also contextual condition. There is some key words that connecting with this paper. Very important theoretical aspect is based on the focus of the few selected examples that the sacred architecture in Montenegro created the response of the trend in modernistic and the brutalistic architecture. The two example was the Catholic Church in Podgorica. This is the Catholic Church in Podgorica, author Timur Brktelj-Kostulović, and another Catholic Church in Nikšić, architect Vukajlović, and which recognize the need of the proof establishment, the traditional postulated, and by creating the sacral world void. In this paper was a critical review of the contemporary trends of hyperproduction of the sacred buildings in Montenegro, but which do not aim to re-examine the contemporary architectural response only on the volumetric overreading in the order to mark the space and create the new identity of the city. I will talk about the symbolic veil of the sacral void. First, in the following, the overriding the psychological perception of the sacred emptiness in these three religion objects will be present. Firstly, Romanic basilic have a special dynamic in the proceeds toward the altar, while the culmination in the high accompanied by the lighting asserted the altar space. I think the change of the heights, but also the transition from another hall, changed the perception of the experience. So another way, or the doctrinal special concept of the sacred space, which creates a specific experience of the space, which is such divide according to the hierarchy function, but also ritual. You see these rooms. So that the effect additionally changed the elements, detail, ornaments, but also painting, which providing all visual and spatial experience, which do not imply the concept of emptiness. It's primarily symbolic potential. On another situation, we have Islamic example. The God in Islamic philosophy cannot be associated with a certain time, space, material, because it's presence and comparative with omnipresent. The center of the holiest place for Islam is absolutely void. So you see the void inside the building. The void is the fact and the fate, and you in Islamic object you can't personification and try to divinity in any object of the worship. So in order to better understand the concept of the sacral void, it's important to look back in original perceptive space and try to see that we can conclude the sacral architecture didn't not originally proceed with the cultural elements of the religious space that we know today. It believed that the first church, Christian church, was actually in house by the first Christian, and one of the first Christian meeting place was the house of the Saint Peter. In that way, we talk about the needing for cleaning sacral architecture of ornaments and reduce to complete experience of the ritual space. One of the good examples and reconstruction is the Church of the Jesus in Cologne, which eliminate all detail and painted wall. Today just simplified, and they create the emptiness. We see the altar is simplified. Today that space represents the completely psychical and well sacral void, which stands with two organs, and we see the above the all altars detail that made which made with stone, author is Eduardo Chilida, that present the sculptural but also sacral response, but also the space respect the place and respect emptiness. So this is the another example of the sacral architecture, but is based on another concept of the building, a sacral void. It's made it on another how I say, another followings or the steps. The inner void of the space formed with the mold, and they carefully create the void. Firstly, they create the void, then put the concrete on around it. After burning all that mold inside, the only void left. The only void left. So this is the good primer how to create. Firstly void, then another to create the volumetric. Another example is sacral architecture built the principle of the sacral void at Ando, sacral void, the Church of the Lighting, 99. It's a proposition that create the emptiness additionally mystified by the cross. So we see the cross is the empty, the body is empty, so the cross release the light inside from outside, so create the natural light. Also, this is the simplification of the holy place. Near our country in Croatia, Alvaro Siza give us the new concept of the sacral ritual spaces. They project the Capel in Croatia, so he similarly do the sacral void, the empty space. Important and interesting thing is in Islamic world, Zlatko Ugljen generated the empty space. They create the sacred voice and create some symbolic value in Islamic architecture. Is represent numerous architecture, Zlatko Ugljen, and stands out in area which is impressive White Mosque. White Mosque is the one of the first powerful mosque in our region, and another newest, perhaps mostly, I think, contemporary Islamic architecture in the region is the mosque in Ljubljana, Bev Perović architects, which is the part of the complex Islamic religion and cultural center, unconventional, responsible answer for the void into the space. We see the power of ritual emptiness reading in the architectural spatial experience. In the whiteness, transparency, cubic mass additionally increase the power of this section, the light, but also acoustic, and change the effects, the ritual experience, where is the monumentary, the cubic mass dominating in urban image in that zone. So we see the transparenting the cloth dome, which is symbolic the sky and the God. I think the good example is contemporary Orthodox illusion architecture in many territory of Serbia, only commemorating Capel dedicated to Genocid the second wall to took the place in Kraljevo out of team Spasoje Krunić and Miloš Đurašinović. And previous analysis point the problems approach the interpretation of the ritual word in the Orthodox Church, which is the church hardly to divide the traditional shams. However, in these recent years, there is attempted to reinterpret the architecture of the Orthodox Church in the modern way. That's very hard job, and is I think a representative generation of second modernism do the architect Spasoje Krunić, that he create a model with a simple form, but in very specific way to refine the structure with details and the bold use for different building materials. is order to understand the power of sacred space, it's important to look the example like this and this first and another picture, where is after the dissipating the space of the certain historical reason, it made the ritual value of the space if there are any traces of elements that build the space, walls, a special frame, it will be suggested in the wall, which is directly related to previous experience. In this sense, the void reminds present elements to regard the missing envelope. You see how that people recognize the space now. I think this is the sacred architecture in Montenegro. You see, I ask myself, architecture of emptiness or volume, you know, because since the communist state in the system, it was in force of these years, sacred architecture was not the list of priority. And what's more, in construction was often hindered. For that reason, communist anti-religion principles influenced the stagnation of the construction of sacred architecture. Nevertheless, several such realization of sacred architecture point to fact that the building politics improves the architecture concept, which is the period could only be answered by the Catholic Church. You know, you see the power on emptiness in the middle photo. Another church is church in Nikšić that I mentioned on the start. Another very specific example of sacred architecture. You see the liberation from details and any unnecessary things, and great connection with the Catholic Church in Podgorica. So that is our best what we have, but everything stopped. And then it's not done for a long time. Tina priested the temple in Podgorica. After the breaking idea of socialism city, Montenegro Montenegro city start to expanding and expressing the crisis of the several levels in reflection of this city through the different aspects. But it's very context of these topics. It's interesting to see how the social hypocrisy accumulated the conflicts and restoring the religious ambience to escalating, and it's important to look at the dimension of the newly creating buildings, which is influence to create of the spatial volumes to the city. Contemporary trends in the construction of sacred architecture. This is the Church of Christ Resurrection in Podgorica. So another things, so actually these things open the new field, which is the neo-sacral identity of the city. Everything's differs in a couple of years, very interesting things. The way of which religious subjects change the urban images of the city is the best demonstrated by example in case of three religious subjects creating similar period in Bar, city in the south of Montenegro. Along the city of Bar, now like the multinational environment, where is dominate three religions. So in that way, the social crisis, the manifesto by expressions of the constructions of these religious buildings in just built in few years. You see Islamic Cultural Center in Bar, that is on the first image. Second image is the church Saint Jovan Vladimir, and the third photo is Catholic Cathedral Sveti Petar Apostle. So everything differs in the couple of the years. And on the end, I think the ritual emptiness represent the special concept in the secular architecture, which is such does not necessarily depend in our dimension, but dynamics and special frameworks based on the symbolic postulates of all religions. Sacred architecture, I think, needs to re-examination of the concept, which is and essentially related of the modernization and architectural traditional perception. And in this sense of the question of the sacred void necessarily arise toward the possible answer in 1917 in the context of the modernist attitudes of the city. Two successful examples of the sacred architecture were created, talking about Catholic Church in Podgorica and Nikšić. However, I think the Montenegro contemporary architecture practice in sacred architecture records opposite process, whose conceptual attitudes the aimed and in creating the architecture of volume, not architecture of the emptiness. That's the big problem of this paper. So in this sense, the focus is not to rethinking the transformation the sacred architects, is just to build the architecture of emptiness, of the void. In this sense, contrary the reference example from the world practice, sacred architecture in Montenegro is used to demonstrate the power through the volume, where the ritual void, contrary to size, is not to establish the principle to space creation. Therefore, I think it can be concluded in sacral architecture and is not and it coordinates with contemporary trends, but is very conservative. That's the truth. On that hand, I think the sacred architecture in Montenegro is constantly to basic religious principles, very social conflicting. From the special aspect point of view, it's very destructive to the modern city. So I think in the end, the story about this point is to the church in Montenegro try to make architecture of volume, but they not do the what is the main problem is the void or architecture of sacred spaces. So they need to create emptiness firstly, and then to create the volume on envelope. Thank you for attention. Big regards from the Montenegro.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation and important subject. I hope we can find someone from the authors to ask them some questions regarding this topic, because it is really interesting and stimulate or provoke many questions in my mind. I see now Kastur Bamam. Are you there?
Yes, I am from India. It was very interesting presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. I think you are the co-chair of this session, yes?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, because
okay, if you like, I will continue. If you like to
please continue
over, that's fine. Okay, okay.
Interesting to be in the session.
Okay, then we are going to next presentation. If Shireen Nader is here, Shireen, Spirit of Cities, the significance of the old cities, spirit, existence within the new urban settlement in Bahrain. Unfortunately, we don't have the link, and since the authors, or one of them at least, is not here, so we cannot present. We are now already we finished the presentations, and we can have time, enough time to discuss the things regarding the last presentations. So I just was curious about the ritual voids. It is an interesting issue, but unfortunately, I don't know who can answer our questions. In general, if you have any questions regarding the topics or other topics, you can write it down to discuss it, at least, because we have time now, enough time. We have almost 40 minutes. If you feel free to open any discussion if you like. If you don't like, we can close the session, and we will meet at 6 o'clock to continue with the vernacular studies under the title of Habitat Studies, Infrahabitation. Okay. So I will close the session now, and we will be back 6 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We will start the new session now. I will be the chair of this session, Habitat Studies, Infra-Habitation, Vernacular Studies. I will have my co-chair, Dr. Amir Al-Jukhadar. He's here or not?
Yeah,
Dr. Amir.
that's fine. Yeah, hello everyone.
Hi, Dr. Amir. Can you present yourself to the audience, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Hello everyone and good evening. My name is Amir Al-Jukhadar. I am a PhD holder of architecture and currently I am the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture and Design at University of Petra, Jordan. My specialty is parametric architecture and social sustainability. I worked in many funded projects, mainly in sustainable materials using mud architecture in the Middle East and North Africa, or in hot arid regions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amir, to be with us, and thank you all the participants and the audience. I never mind if you take over the things, Dr. Amir, and I will make you the host to control the session if you like. I welcome this if you are, never mind.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I will make you host, and you will operate the session today. I will make you host now.
Okay.
Okay, so you have the access to the schedule, yes or not?
Yeah, I have, yes.
Okay, so you are floor is yours now.
Thank you so much. We have in this session about habitat studies infrastructure, we have 5 research to be presented, and there is an introduction by Dr. Salar Muhyiddin. I don't think
I don't have presentation in this this session.
So you don't. Okay, so we will start the first.
Sami, first will be the
for a sustainable use
sustainable.
of
Exactly.
agricultural land
Yes.
in Constantina, Algeria.
Exactly.
Dr. Sami.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
The voice is not clear. Could you please?
Hello, sir. My colleague and I are here, and you could please share our link to start our presentation, if you don't mind.
So could you please send, did you send your presentation? Because we don't have a link.
We can share from...
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Dr. Amir, it is better to go sequentially with this is the same the first presentation, yes?
Yeah, but we
so
don't
we have
have
the just you click on the title.
Yeah,
there is
but
one title. It's under the title. There is a click here. Do you see that in the schedule PDF?
yeah, sure.
So just
So I
click
will
on
share.
that and share.
Yeah,
And
sure.
please, when you share, be sure. Okay, the recording is going on, so no problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Doctor, I think you shared without to tick the sound share. When stop sharing, please, and share it again. When you share again, there is one icon says share the sound, so the sound will come also with the presentation.
I already shared with the sound, so. So it's okay.
We can't hear the sound. Please restart the presentation.
Doctor, you can re-share the presentation. Just only take care of the ticking the icon of sound share. It will come on the left hand down.
I already shared the sound.
So maybe the sound has a problem.
Yeah, okay.
So let us try again.
Sound. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
I'm a permanent researcher at the Territory Planning
So it's now
Research Center. I would like to present to you our paper entitled For Sustainable Use of Agricultural Land in Constantine. It is well known that urban sprawl affects cities and the environment on a global scale, and its management is a critical issue for all countries, including Algeria. Constantine is the interior metropolis of eastern Algeria. It has significant agricultural potential. Its total agricultural surface represents 89% of the province's total surface in 1987. Its urban development is carried out in two distinct rings, as Figure 1 shows. The first ring includes 5 urban municipalities and contains 84% of the province's population. At this scale, peri-urbanization and urban sprawl on agricultural lands are most visible. The second is made up of 7 rural municipalities. It's home to 60% of the province's population and is less affected by urban encroachments on agricultural land. This observation leads to the conclusion that Constantine's urbanization is a two-faced issue. In addition to its rapid and controlled nature, the city's expansion boundaries lie entirely within the agricultural territory of the valleys of Wadi Rimel and Wadi Boumerzoug. Hence, this article seeks to answer: what are the factors causing uncontrolled urban sprawl? How much agricultural land was consumed between 1985 and 2020? And what measures should be taken to control urban sprawl and ensure agricultural land sustainability? This contribution aims to assess the damage done to the region's agricultural heritage from the end of the 1980s to the year 2021. The chosen approach entails conducting a spatial analysis, temporal analysis of the phenomenon of urban sprawl on agricultural land using the DPSIR framework. The process starts with definition of the causes and factors of the phenomenon and progresses to the determination of its magnitude and its impact. This then would lead key to finding adequate solutions at various levels and to clearly define the means and strategies of intervention for all stakeholders. Let's move now to the results and discussion. Based on causal relationships between driving forces and urban sprawl impacts, the first section will define the factors causing urban sprawl on agricultural lands. In Constantine's city, many driving forces influenced his urban spatial planning and exerted pressure on his land occupation and use. Constantine's demographic growth has long shaped its urban history. The history of its demographic development demonstrates a continuous trend of evolution of its periphery, which constitutes the site of postponement of its urban growth against a progressive decline of its, as we can see in Table 1, in which it recorded a negative growth rate estimated at minus 0.68% for the period 1998-2008. This growth and this demographic movement, along with housing programs implemented without global urban planning, have led to rapid, non-homogeneous or even informal urbanization and irrational conception of land for urban use and agricultural land in the cities of the first ring. Individual housing is one of the driving forces contributing to urban sprawl and urban density reduction. The housing crisis experienced by the province of Constantine and the government's inability to fill the housing shortage through public housing programs forced the local public authorities to embark on a major subdivision program. And to accomplish this, a new law was enacted to end the government's monopoly while ensuring private property rights. This mode of urban production has been further favored by affordable land prices on the outskirts of the cities, as well as the development of infrastructure and affordable transportation options. However, land consumption has increased significantly due to the rapid suburbanization. The rapid and excessive growth of Constantine overtook urban planning tools, which were supposed to guarantee sustainable use of land. Inhabitants and real estate developers have turned to illegal ways to acquire real estate. Natural constraints are one of the driving forces dictating the urban growth of Constantine and explaining its urban history. The rugged site and the presence of Wadi Rimel and Wadi Boumrzouq were decisive and amplifying factors that accelerated the peri-urbanization process and created discontinuities in the urban evolution of Constantine. According to the data in the report carried out by the National Bureau of Studies for Rural Development, until 1985, a significant part of Constantine's urbanization took place on agricultural land. On the scale of the Constantine urban grouping, out of the 4,556 hectares of agricultural land have been consumed by urbanization at that date. Urbanization has become more pronounced over the past 3 decades, as we can see in Figure 4. According to the spatial analysis by researcher Ghana, 4,361 hectares of agricultural land were artificialized between 1987 and 2000, and 6,344 hectares between 2000 and 2015. The figures opposite illustrates this. The direction of services of agriculture of the province of Constantine, figures for 2020 show that over the past 35 years, nearly 22,000 hectares of the total eligible agricultural area have been lost, of which 11,000 hectares have been urbanized. In this second section, we will talk about the impact of urban sprawl. So after independence, the city continued to expand spatially toward the periphery, with the first extensions being collective housing. Its urban extensions also subsequently took other forms, such as the new urban housing zones, formal housing estates, and informal housing estates. From the 1990s, the city expanded beyond its urban boundaries into the suburb under the guise of private property, rehabilitation, and the encouragement of public and private real estate development. The extensions were in different directions, but mostly towards the southern axis of the city. Due to its significant expansion, the city has assumed a significant dimension. Its surface increased from 2,558 hectares in 1977 to 5,138 hectares in 2000. However, its urbanization process was unmanaged and its urban fabric was heterogeneous and anarchic. Over the medium and long term, urban sprawl has detrimental effects on ecological systems and human well-being. The Hamabouzian plain is still an excellent illustration. She was once viewed as the vegetable garden who provided Constantine with various agricultural products. However, rapid and anarchic urbanization on even the old agricultural holding and industrialization have caused environmental disasters and significant atmospheric pollution that threatens the citizens of the entire municipality. So what are the possible solutions to control urban sprawl on agricultural land and ensure sustainable land use that we will see in the third section? First, we have reconquest of urban brownfields. This operation aims to reclaim vacant areas within the city resulting from the eradication of precarious housing, industrial brownfields, and even military wastelands. These urban brownfields hold significant real estate potential for urban development and quality of life enhancement. Second, we have densification of existing urban fabrics. In the case of Constantine grouping, the population density decreased from 2,356 inhabitants per square kilometer in the central zone to 588 inhabitants per square kilometers in the periphery. This situation requires studies on the possibility of densifying existing urban fabric before moving on the exploitation of vacant land for the rational and sustainable consumption of soil. We have also cultivation of agricultural land. Notably, the abundance of agricultural land, especially the manual land, as well as long-term fallow land, contributes significantly to their deterioration and urbanization. This is because the downgrading of agricultural land allows local authorities to integrate it into the urban perimeter in order to provide the land necessary for housing and equipment programs. This analysis led to the conclusion that local authorities, through their various departments, organizations, and institutions, are the primary force for controlling the urbanization process and preventing urban encroachment on agricultural land. They must ensure compliance with urban planning instruments requirements, enforce laws, and fight against all forms of spatial transgressions and fraud to ensure sustainable land consumption. In other words, maintain a balance between urban development and agricultural land preservation. To successfully address this major challenge in the years to come, planners, managers, and decision makers should work together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now we will move to the second
Yes, doctor, we can move to the second one.
Yeah.
But I think the second one has no link. If Fernando is there, we can make him host to share by himself or to send us the video link if it is possible. Fernando? I think Fernando is not there. So we can jump to another one, doctor.
Okay.
Rural
So
vernacular.
the now we will have rural vernacular heritage and strategic design. Dr. Huda Kohli.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. So I will share the screen now.
First of all, we would like to thank you for accepting our paper and allowing us to be with you here and today to present this work entitled Rural Vernacular Heritage and Strategic Design, Matmata as an Example of Sustainable Development. This presentation is prepared by me, Dr. Huda Kohli Khalil, and by my colleague Sumaya Gharsali, who is also a doctor, and it comes in the context of the 6th International Conference on Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism. We hope that you would enjoy it and you would find it fruitful. Now, let's get into it. To begin with, it is important to bear in mind that this presentation showcases the sustainable design strategies of Berber heritage through Matmata Mountains vernacular architecture. Hence, this Berber originality has safeguarded its rural vernacular heritage, offering the opportunity to analyze and discuss the building strategies of the past, which are still nowadays considered relevant in terms of sustainability and environmental design. What is more is that this region of Matmata El Qadima is also known for its specific and unique heritage potential in the first place, capable of ensuring the diversification of the Tunisian tourism product. It is also a study case showcasing the development of the cultural tourism in the interior regions of Tunisia. Hence, the attention given to Matmata region becomes a serious need for planning the sustainable development of disadvantaged regions, which represents the problematic of this presentation. However, the heritage potential manifesting itself through the special troglodytic architecture is threatened by several socioeconomic challenges, the fact that pushes us forward to ask the following questions as problematics and research questions. The first question to ask is, how does the rural vernacular architecture of Matmata present a new orientation within the strategic design? And can this original architectural heritage demonstrate sustainable building practices while creating jobs in rural communities through integrated tourism? Third, what strategy should the designer opt for to preserve, develop, and enhance this type of architecture? Let's keep up the presentation to find out all the answers to these questions. Yet, before this, we saw that it is also important to provide you with the methods and tools we adopted in our research. These are the following. In our research, we opted for several theoretical methods presenting a conceptual study with reference to maps, diagrams, and photographic records. We also resorted to a historical review based on literary, archaeological, and epigraphic sources, not to forget to mention the analytical methods we used, displaying the local values of Matmata troglodytes as an exceptional vernacular architectural work, and we ended up with the useful methods presenting tourism as a notional development strategy from below, or decentralized development, offering a solution to think about the local and regional development of Matmata. These were the main tools. So let's get into them and know more about Matmata area or region. So according to the Berber Encyclopedia, the Matmata Jebel, or Matmata if one follows the Arabic spelling of the word, it rises to the altitudes ranging between 500 and 650 over a length of about 50 kilometers, roughly parallel to the Mediterranean. It is also about 50 kilometers away from the sea, and it dominates the small coastal plain of the Arad, and further south, the wider plain of the Jafara. Today, Matmata is a popular tourist attraction, and most of the population lives on tourism and folklore exhibitions in their homes and their vernacular troglodytic architecture. Hence, the troglodyte habitat, which is typical for the village, is an ancient phenomenon of prehistoric tradition where men have dug dwellings in rocks and caves under the ground or on the side of the mountains to find shelters and to hide from the enemy. In the following, we identify two architectural structures of troglodyte habitat in the world. The lateral troglodyte habitat is characterized by caves dug horizontally in the mountain, whereas the caves dug vertically in the ground determine the troglodyte habitat in depth. However, in this presentation, we will limit ourselves to the study of the vertical troglodyte habitat in the region of Matmata. Let's then study its architectural component. As you can see here, these are the main components of the vertical troglodytes. Hence, the extraordinary diversity of these forms is a testimony to the ability of man to adapt to any environment, which justifies that this underground architecture deserves to be a part of the World Heritage. With the notion of heritage, the troglodytic habitat does not only belong to the folklore in the past, but it can also become again a contemporary way of living. In fact, the troglodytic habitat seems to materialize a bridge between architecture and nature, that's to say, between man and nature. By burying itself in the ground, these vernacular underground structures aim at preserving the landscape on the one hand and protecting the individual on the other. In the following chart, we tend to explain the evolution in details. As you see, we can affirm that the survival of this troglodytic vernacular architecture depends mainly on the two parameters of the recollection and the use. At the beginning, and by the fact of the local reoccupation of the troglodyte, a value of use was answered properly to give place to museum aquarium spaces to visit aimed to achieve actions of future remembrance. Besides, it is also necessary to note that the technique of the know-how is threatened to disappear, although the Berber citizen has always been aware of its cultural and economic importance. Then comes the state's role in instituting actions for the region's iconographic value valorization. Yet, to maintain this cycle of survival, we suggest the establishment of a school of a know-how practice. This action is indeed nothing but another call to the state agencies, to the civil society, and to stakeholders. This incentive is indeed encouraging the integrated tourism value of remembrance. Yet, the main question to answer here is the following: how to fight against the destruction of this valuable vernacular heritage, against the erasure of history and culture. Hence, the safeguarding of this heritage involves three phases. A first preliminary phase aiming at safeguarding, conserving, and restoring troglodyte structures. Then comes the second academic phase, when looking up to the troglodytes of Matmata as a source of inspiration or concept and trying to create projects there. At this level comes the last economic phase, identifying cultures, identities, local heritage as pillars of cultural tourism development through state intervention. These phases would lead us to ask the next questions: what is the strategic design? And more importantly, what is the intersection between integrated tourism and the preservation of vernacular architecture? So strategic design is a project activity with the aim of formulating the development of strategy, which can be considered not only as a result, but also as a series of decisions called strategic acting. Now, you may ask me, how can a design strategy enhance our troglodyte heritage through integrated tourism? And I would answer, well, integrated tourism is a real tool for development, meetings, and exchanges. It is about setting up a structure of integrated, fair, and sustainable tourism. Tourists discover their other culture at the rhythm of the vernacular troglodyte architecture when he gets closer to the daily life of the host population by participating in local traditional activities. The benefits for the village are numerous. We cite job creation, growth of local commerce and crafts, fight against the desertification of rural areas, promotion of culture, and etc. As such, the integrated tourism must allow a reasonable tourist development to reach a balance between economy, nature, landscape, and society. In what follows, we are in the presence of two places of preservation. The first is the Marhala Hotel in Matmata al-Qadima, exploiting a troglodyte dug in the rock, whereas the second is Dar al-Berber Hotel, located in the famous Berber village of Matmata and built 12 meters underground, with its unique architecture. Both hotels here have adopted the vernacular architecture style of the vertical troglodyte as a source of inspiration in their design. To conclude, Matmata is an opportune space for tourism because of its natural, or thanks to its natural, cultural, and patrimonial attributes. Hence, the development of an adequate tourism can answer positively to the problems and challenges of the region. According to the latter, the promotion of tourism there is the most adapted to the situation of Matmata, considering the advantages it offers and the place it attributes to the heritage and to its local cultures. In particular, the area allows local populations to be integrated into tourism projects, which increases their sense of belonging and can also bring back the esteem for their heritage and culture they're losing. That's all for today. We hope that you enjoyed this presentation and you can feel free to ask any question. Thank you for your attention, and we're just looking forward to being with you. Goodbye. See you next time.
Thank you so much. So now we have a presentation about potentials of constructing sustainable rammed earth buildings in hot arid regions, structural and environmental challenges by Dr. Amer Al-Jukhadar, architect Yasmin Saudi, and Dr. Yasser Abu Hashim.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Today we will present our research about potentials of constructing sustainable rammed earth buildings in hot arid regions, structural and environmental challenges. My name is Amer Al-Jukhadar, and my colleague Yasmin Saudi from University of Petra, Jordan. We will start with challenges of construction in Middle East in general, and mainly in Jordan. We have the cost of materials, mainly the price of cement, which is the main construction material, which rises more than 2 times in the last 5 years. And also we have the challenge of CO2 emissions using cement and coarse aggregate in constructions. So we started to think with sustainable solutions and how we can accommodate with these problems. Mud and rammed earth material, which was used in many years before centuries. It's a local material and we can maximize thermal comfort and minimize cost. Also, we have the potentials of low embedded energy to minimize waste and energy consumption, and it's a heat resistant material and also recyclable. However, we have many challenges of rammed earth construction, which are the structural durability, maintenance, and also cost of labor.
Rammed earth is a traditional building material that has been used for centuries in various parts of the world. It is a sustainable and eco-friendly option that is gaining popularity in the modern construction. Its suitability for urban modern construction is still not fully explored. So our research objective is to test the suitability of rammed earth as an urban modern construction material, in addition to improving the durability and strength of the adobe while keeping the cost low as possible, and to explore the efficiency of rammed earth construction in terms of indoor environmental conditions, including temperature, humidity, air quality, and the percentage of CO2. We started with the design of the educational building in the campus of University of Petra. The building consists of 2 main rooms, one seminar room and the other one is lecture hall. As you can see in the section, the total height of the walls is 4 meters. It consists of foot base, the rammed earth wall, and a ring over the building to hold the roof construction. The thickness of the rammed earth was 40 centimeters, and the building was covered with a roof with the clay tiles.
So we started our experiment with soil selection. We used 2 initial inspections. The first one is jar test in order to know to explore the range of soil.
Doctor, I cannot hear the voice if this is the problem from the recording or from here.
I think the recording is okay.
So I cannot hear.
Me too.
Are you hearing this? So the recording has a problem.
No. Dr. Amr?
Dr. Amr, can you hear me? Maybe Dr. Amr lost the connection. Okay, we will try to wait to see if the things is okay. Yes, I think Dr. Amr lost the connection, and since he is the host, we are not able to see the presentation. Yasmin, can you contact him if he has any problem? If you have his WhatsApp or
I am calling him. He's on the phone with me.
Okay.
No, it's not okay yet. Okay. You just restart the Zoom?
Yes. So we will wait, no problem.
Not yet. No.
Sorry for that, but the connection was, so I will share now.
Welcome back, Dr.
Yeah.
Amr, and then you will start from when you stopped.
Yeah, sure. Sorry for that, but the connection.
No, this is always happening. This is not in our hand, you know.
Thank you so
Something.
much.
Well.
So I will share now. Please, can you make me host? Yeah, thank you. It's 4.39 the compressive strength. It's 4.39, and here in the chart we can see the comparison between the three mixtures. Also, we need to test the optimum water content for each mixture. And also we found that the same mixture, for the same mixture, we found that the appropriate percentage of water is 42%. So this percentage, we can make sure that the strength of the modified soil will be increased with the increase of water content to a certain limit. So we need to make sure that the content is suitable for the climate. Then we started the construction work. Here we can see the foundation, which composed of big stones with a small percentage of concrete to reduce the amount of CO2 emissions. So this is the traditional way of constructing vernacular architecture in Middle East. However, we use it in contemporary buildings. And then we started the formwork for the rammed earth walls. And here we can see the how we compress the different layers of soil. And this is the result after removing the formwork.
We have decided to use plaster to unify the color of the building. We tested different samples to make sure that the color matches the architecture in Jordan, and the mixture is suitable to cover the building and protect it from the climate. We've decided that sample number 5 is the most suitable sample, with the soil 350 grams, sand 33% of the soil, quicklime 15%, cement 15%, water 33%, and acrylic base resin 15%. These pictures shows the plaster process. We used fabric mesh over the walls, and then we cover it with the plaster. We did environmental solution to see if the building offers thermal comfort for the occupants. So this simulation was before construction, and we had the environmental assessment after the construction to see if the thermal conditions, the acoustics is suitable for the occupants. These are the results of the assessment. We had 2 assessments, one in September and the other one was in December. The rule shows that all the results are within the standards of the ASHRAE. These are the results for December, and the results are also within the standards. These are the pictures from the building, and the interior design for the building was used local materials, and the building was used as lecture and seminar room, as I said, and in addition to exhibition for the construction material and finishes for the university students.
So the main recommendations and conclusions from this research is that rammed earth material could be a good sustainable alternative to reduce costs of construction and amounts of CO2 emissions. In terms of the mixture, we found that 20% of cement, 15% of quicklime, and using 15% of acrylic-based resin on soil mixture, with optimum percentage of water, 42%, is the suitable mixture in hot arid climates. And this is the key to increase the compressive strength 7 times than the control mixture. In terms of indoor environmental qualities and thermal comfort, we achieve these qualities in hot arid regions using small thickness of walls, which is 40 centimeters of walls. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we will move to the last presentation in this session.
Doctor, after the last presentation, we have one presentation. I will send you the link to present it after this. I mean, instead of that, because we have time. Thank you.
Sure. So now the research is exploring COVID-19 research in the built environment literature. So I will start sharing the video.
Yes, thank you.
Today, I will present to you a paper about exploring COVID-19 research in the built environment literature, which is a bibliometric analysis. The key facts about the topic: as you know, the disaster of COVID-19 pandemic, which has been introducing various radical changes on lifestyle of people, such as the usage of urban spaces, spatial problems, the transformation of shared spaces, and working practices. These radical changes have been receiving an overwhelming interest from scholars from various disciplines. As a result of this overwhelming interest, a rich but a fragmented literature prevails on the radical changes caused by COVID-19 pandemic in built environment studies. The aim of the research, also here presented, explore this rich but fragmented literature on the effects of COVID-19 pandemic by adopting a systematic research design strategy, namely bibliometric analysis. The rapid stream of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 has interrupted and transformed our daily life routines, and in turn it has profound impact on the built environment. COVID-19 pandemic has unpredictably changed not only in the built environment but also our practices and activities to conceptualize, design, and also construct it. A wide range of our daily practices has been sharply interrupted, constrained, and or transformed beyond our imaginations. The interruptions, restrictions, and transformations observed in our daily practice obviously captured the central agenda of the built environment researchers. However, the link between the built environment and the major infectious diseases, such as COVID-19, has rarely been studied before COVID-19 pandemic. Analyzing COVID-19 research studies related to the built environment requires an analytical method that fits its purposes. In this study, bibliometric analysis method has been used to examine built environment factors related with the pandemic. Bibliometric analysis is a research approach which enables the scholars to map the evolution of the concept, a research theme, a research stream, or domain. It uses scholarly data to identify the publication patterns based on authors, research subjects, keywords, geographic locations, time, and source type also. The objective research presented herein is to conduct a bibliometric analysis on COVID-19 pandemic in the built environment. The research for the relevant articles was performed at the Scopus database. The research yielded 843 articles published between 2020 and 2022. The research results were analyzed by using bibliometric analysis software. The research design adopted herein includes 5 main stages. First, research operation. Second, search procedures. Third, selection procedures. Fourth, data adequacy. And fifth, scientific production analysis. Research operation has 3 parts. First, choice of scientific base or journal. Second, delineation of terms that represent the field. And the third, delineation of other terms for result calculation. Second, search procedures has some filters. Title and topic, use of underline, which means exact expression. Filter 1, just delineation of articles. Filter 2, all years. Filter 3, all areas. And filter 4, English language. Third, selection procedure has 4 parts. Downloading references for VOSViewer, and matrix analysis in spreadsheet organization, and data import to analysis software. 4. Data adequacy and organization. It has also 4 parts. Elimination of duplicated articles from the database, articles elimination through brief reading, elimination through lens, polysemy analysis, search for complete articles in PDF. And last step, scientific production analysis, temporal tendencies and volume of publication analysis, references and most quoted articles analysis, country of origin analysis, journal analysis, authorship and co-authorship analysis, publication category analysis, keyword analysis, and description, relation, and tendency study. The main research yielded to 843 articles between 2020 and 2022. These articles were used as the basis for the bibliometric analysis presented herein. Table 1 presents the 10 highly cited articles among the 843 articles analyzed. The number of citations for articles is based on Scopus database. You can see the ranking of articles based on numbers of citations and also the links. Here is presented the ranking of journals based on the number of citations and the total link strength. Top 3 countries based on the number of the citations are China with 6 articles, United States of America with 8 articles, and also Malaysia with 2 articles. The analysis of keyword occurrences show us Cluster 1 is centered on nodes of pandemic and COVID-19. Cluster 2 is located at the periphery of the nodes of construction and construction projects and construction section. And the cluster 3 is centered on the nodes urban planning, human activity, viral disease, aesthetic, and value cities. The remaining clusters are located on various nodes such as research methods, country, space design, social issues, and health. In this study, a bibliometric analysis of COVID-19 pandemic in built environment literature is presented. The main research finding is that the built environment has a rich but fragmented nature. The theoretical frameworks and/or concepts that are expected to play a role in the shaping of built environment literature after the COVID-19 pandemic, especially by analyzing the research findings obtained can have fruitful outcomes for future studies. The integration of competing or even conflicting theoretical frameworks and/or concepts and their reflections in built environment literature can shed some light on the direction in which the built environment research studies will evolve in the years to come. And also, the research presented herein has several limitations. Firstly, the bibliometric data used in this study has a limited capacity to represent all the scholarly research on COVID-19. Secondly, the actual reason for an article citation cannot be easily interpreted by performing bibliometric analysis. Thirdly, a highly cited article implies that it is influential in the literature. Yet, an article citation count doesn't mean that the article provides a major scientific breakthrough, or not. Fourthly, articles in non-English language were excluded in this research. Fifthly, articles published in scholarly journal were only included in this study. Sixthly, the time span of the bibliometric analysis presented herein is relatively short. Here is the references for this paper. Thank you for your listening.
Okay.
Doctor,
Thank
unmute
you.
yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. So now I will play the final presentation you sent to me.
Salam, my name is Shireen Nader. I am a master's student from University of Bahrain College of Engineering. Today, I am thankful to have this opportunity to present my research work that have been completed with my supervisor, Professor Islam Al-Ghanimi. Mainly, the research is under the title of Spirit of Cities, the significance of the old cities' spirit existence within the new urban settlements in Bahrain. As an introduction, the spirit of cities, as the authors explain it, refers to the identity, which Ralph explained it. Also, the spirit of cities shapes the sense of belonging of the residents that lives within the city. The spirit of city nourishes the five senses. According to Al-Ghanimi, the resident spirit integrates with the city spirit through the resident's memory, history, and social life. The urbanism or the city has a spirit that gives a sense of life to it. Also, the city spirit could be experienced by the human being senses, and as a human, we are experiencing things differently with our senses. It is a complex idea. Now, regarding the old city spirit, residents integrate with their city through their memory, history, and social life, as I mentioned before. In old cities, this issue is clear. Therefore, most residents feel homesick when they move to another new place. They feel missing, bounding their spirit with their new homes. This gap appears obvious when urban planners need to consider some elements in such area. Therefore, this gap creates a severe problem that affects all aspects of a human being life. To state it, research a problem as disconnection in the city life component, loss of sense of belonging. Nowadays, With modern urban development, the system of life changes quickly. The human being live their life to keep pace with these changes. Without understanding the spirit of their cities, there is a conflict in the existing knowledge about this field, but more research regarding how the spirit of people understand the spirit of the city should be done within this area. Different theoretical studies have explained in a narrow perspective what the spirit of place is, but these studies needed to clarify how people can understand their city spirit. Also, this gap is creating a severe problem affecting all aspects of a human life and negatively impacting on the social fabric of the city. So the research aims to understand the spirit of the city and determine the design principle to create spiritual urban spaces. The research questions are: how can the spirit of the city be understood? What are the principles to create spiritual public spaces? And what are the ways to reconcile the conflicts between the individual and the community need? For the objectives, they are to understand the spirit of the city, to understand how to create inviting places at community and avoid lonely places, to identify principles to generate spiritual public spaces, and to identify how to reconcile private, individual, and community member needs in urban areas. Now, the value of this research, the research will address the current shortage in the research, provide a clear understanding of the city spirit to enhance it in the new urban planning. The research will contribute to the Ministry of Urban Planning and any organization related to the urban planning. By understanding the city spirit, better urban settlements will be created that focus on immaterial aspects that enhance the quality of life. Moving to the methodology, it is a qualitative methodology, inductive research, and the data has been collected with pilot interview, pilot case study, literature review, samples that have been selected with non-probability, convenience sampling technique, and mainly the data has been analyzed using a qualitative thematic data analysis. Now, the ideal spirit of a place has been defined or explained from authors from different perspectives. Ralph refers it to the identity. Costello refers it to the places of memory. Alexander refers it to the idea of equality without the name. Beck and Deschalet refers it to the social life and people within the city. Although different author gives several definitions to the idea spirit of a place, but there is no a clear definition or one definition to say that this is a definition of the spirit of the city. But Brock gives the idea or the knowledge of a spirit of the city and gives it a meaning within several shades of meaning, such as the energy field of the city, the place authenticity, the narrative, the local distinctiveness, the essence, character, ecosystem, social life within the city, and many more. Creating the spirit of the city, the spirit of the city could be creating in our cities with providing with urban elements, a human connection, and providing the human needs within the spaces. Therefore, we will have the urban communication that feeds the idea of a spirit of the city. Phenomenological explanation of the city spirit, which Ralph divided to the three aspects: the physical feature, the activities that happen within the physical feature, and the meanings behind it. Bahrain and the spirit of the city. Al-Raouf explained that due to rapid change, city transformation, globalization, and these things, the spirit of the city in Bahrain has been affected in the two main major cities in Bahrain, which is Manama and Muharraq. The effectiveness that happens within the spirit of city in Bahrain is because of external factor, internal factor, resulted in family relation and functions are affected and reflect the spirit of the urbanism. And also it was because of the oil boom and economic reform and city globalization. The result of this research will be explained in the next slide. Now, the results indicate that the city spirit could be understood through people and social interaction, history, memory, and urban design. The result also showed that the principle used to create spiritual public spaces are people and social interaction, again, historical touch, covering needs within the space, natural elements and attractiveness elements. The ways to reconcile the conflict between individual and community was through design hierarchy, moderation, regulation, and sense of responsibility. As a discussion, you can see that the result supports this idea, which was exist in the knowledge, in the literature, that they refer the spirit of a place to the people and social life. Also, the results support Castello idea, which he refers it to the places of memory. While each research reflects the city spirit from one perspective, the results reflected it from different perspectives. The results showed various understanding of this topic from different sample perspective. The results covered all the possible way to engage people's spirit with the city spirit. Now, to conclude that, the urban spirit assessment and its value should be considered to protect the urban spirit. Traditional urban culture and the modern spirit of the city should speak loudly about the city heritage, local lifestyle, and community spirit. The most prosperous cities should be designed to integrate with people's spirit. Urban planners should take concisely to reorganize their value and worldview and think about the spirit before designing. In conclusion, implementing the concept of the city spirit will add a significant factor in holistic urban development under the phenomenological explanation. Now, the research contribution and limitation. The research has been contributed theoretically to the gap of knowledge that was exist. It has been contributed practically to any organization that's related to planning, urban planning authority in Bahrain, and so on, and also to the academic. The research has several limitations, which is the sampling, as we can use samples from outside Bahrain also to have more general data. And also we can use other methods parallel with the interview, such as photographic technique or visual surveys. Further research could be done with using more or wider sampling and other methods, and also to select a specific part of urban area, which could be roads or walkway. Acknowledgement. This is the list of references that I have been used. And I reach the end of the presentation. Thank you so much for your consideration, and feel free to ask any question or give me any comment that you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So now,
Doctor, we have almost 7 minutes for discussing and for questions. If there is any questions, there are any questions through.
Yeah, Mr. Muhammad.
Yes.
Your voice is not, there is no voice.
Muhammad, I think you have problem with the connection or the internet. Okay, we can take another questions until Muhammad solves his problem.
Thank you, Dr. Johadar. I had so many. Okay.
Okay.
So you can ask now. I think.
Muhammad, can you repeat? Can you repeat, please?
Is my voice clear now?
Yes, now clear.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Johadar, about the valuable presentation. I had a lot of comments about the thing, but already you mentioned, you answered my thing during your presentation. I had just briefly three main things. Is there any specific climate that gives the proposed research that you made the ultimate benefit of it? Like, is there any specific area? Because I'm a little bit familiar with the context. Which area, which city in Jordan the sample was applied? The second one, is there any passive strategies combined with the design of the proposed project you made? That maybe would help. And the third one, is the proposed idea equitable with the slabs also? besides, because you mentioned the foundation and the walls, is it equitable to use the same construction material with the slabs? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I will answer one of the questions, and maybe my colleague Yasmin will answer the other one. Regarding the climate, we test the material in Amman, the capital of Jordan. Actually, we use the material from construction sites, the natural soil from the excavations beside the campus, because we constructed the site inside the campus. So we used the excavation soil, 2 meters. The depth of the soil is 2 meters to be sure that it is clear from any organic materials. Regarding the structural, the slab, actually we used the clay tiles, so it is the same the same component. Our research is to reduce the amount of cement or amount of CO2. So we use the clay tiles, and the structural the structure for the slab was steel structure. Our proposal is the using wood structure, but the budget, we face many challenges in terms of the budget. So we used or we replaced the wood with steel trusses, and then we put the clay tiles. The last question is about the environmental or any passive strategies. So maybe Architect Yasmin will can answer about it.
Actually, we studied the ventilation, and we used cross ventilation strategy for the building, and we used the overhangs for the sun control. So we had the simulation for the energy consumption, and we had the results after the building is built, and the strategies we used for the ventilation, cooling strategies, and for the solar control worked very well, and the environmental results was acceptable as for the ASHRAE standards.
Okay, that's so much clear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, any other question?
Since nobody asking, we have 2 minutes. I want to ask something. Of course, to support Yasmin, the most important passive strategy is the thermal mass that she made in the wall. This is a very good strategy, passive strategy in arid climates, especially in Jordan. 15% is very good. Normally, we witnessed 5%, 4%, 6% to make the rammed earth walls, but since 15% giving you good strength, I think 42 megapascal, something like this, Pascal,
yes.
42 Pascal. So it is very, very good and optimizing results. Thank you very much for your study, and it is really useful, and it added many things to me, actually. I want to thank Shireen for her work, for her research. Spirit of the city, can I say spirit of the city is the synonyms of sense of the place? If this is what can I understand from this?
Welcome, and thank you also for your efforts as well. Now, sense of a place is part of the spirit of a place. It is not the same, but yes, if there is a spirit in a place, you can have a sense of a place. Your senses will integrate within the space itself. If the place is alive, this is the point.
Thank you. I think the research is rich enough, and this is not far from Dr. Islam. My best regards for him.
And me as well. I'm sending my results.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Amr, floor is yours, and we are in the end, almost 1 minute
Yeah.
over
Thank you
the time.
so much.
So, thank you for your cooperation. If you have anything to say in the end.
Thank you for this great opportunity to be a co-chair for this session. And also thank you for the research presented in this session. It is valuable information to me and also for the attendees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Now we are going to another session. Dr. Penn, are you, Dr. Peng Ran, are you there? Since we are completed one session, we are going to another session, space and the place studies within the heritage and cultural landscape. Dr. Peng will be the chair of the session, and co-chair Dr. Sonia. Any one of them?
Yes, hello, I'm there. Sonia Gupta.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you, doctor?
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you here.
Wonderful to meet you here.
So you will be then since Dr. Ping is not there, so you will be the chair instead of her.
Okay.
I think yes, I think you are only Dr. Amr, if it is possible to make me host again, if you are there. Dr. Amr, are you there? Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Sonia, I will make you a host in order to be able to share the things.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Yes.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute, let me to make you here. You are now, you are host.
Okay. So I might, yes, thank you. And I just might need a bit of assistance for the sharing. I have not done it earlier. So while that, I can try that out. Let me just welcome everyone.
I will watch your process.
Wonderful.
Don't worry. Just when you are sharing the screen, there is one green icon.
Yes,
share
I can
the
see
screen.
That.
Once you share, there is an icon on the left hand down, says share the sound.
Share sound. I've done that too.
Yes.
Okay. And then I have to go to
to the
does this work?
Yes, this
is
research
this
traditional performance.
Yeah, that is
exactly.
the first one. So it is working. So if I play this now, do I make
exactly? You play it, and we will see if there is sound.
Okay. Should I make it full screen as well?
Yes, it's
Distinguished
better.
experts and scholars, hello.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
It is my
Good
lovely. So yes, I will just allow me to welcome everybody to this session. I think it is perhaps the last session. Am I correct?
Yes, you are
yes.
the last.
The last, yes, the 6th International Conference on Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism. It has been 2 days of wonderful presentations revealing knowledge. And I welcome everyone to this last session, which is on heritage and cultural landscapes. And of course, understandably, this has been 7 sessions on this. This is the 6th one. We have a parallel one running also. So yes, heritage and cultural landscapes and space and place studies is the name of this session, and I'm extremely honored to be chairing it because Dr. Pen Ran is perhaps not to be found. So yes, we are going to begin without any delay. The first presentation is on research on traditional performing places in Wuling Mountain area of China. And the presentation is by Professor Dr. Peng Ran, who would have been the chair today, M.A. Cheng Ji, M.A. Ding Yuan, B.S. Liu Yahu, B.S. Liu Zhuelang, and I don't have the affiliations here, but I have the presentation running. So here it is. I will play it and hope everybody can hear.
Honored to participate in this online conference and present the research paper Research on Traditional Performing Places in Wuling Mountain Area of China. I will explain it in the following 5 parts. First is the introduction. Traditional performance places are the main venues for traditional operas, songs, dances, and other art forms. In the historical development and cultural characteristics of traditional performance places are an important part of traditional Chinese architecture, bearing various traditional forms. The favorable natural environment in Wuling Mountain area promotes the prosperity and development of traditional culture. By studying traditional performance places in depth, we can better understand traditional culture and history, promote the inheritance and innovation of traditional arts and culture. At the same time, traditional performance places are also outstanding representatives of national culture and handicrafts, with important historical and cultural value. Next is the historical and cultural inheritance of traditional performance places. The cultures they inherit mainly include 3 aspects: Confucian ceremony culture, patriarchal clan culture, and water transport culture. Firstly, Confucian ceremony culture. Li is the foundation of Chinese culture and the guiding ideology for ancient institutions, orders, and various activities. Traditional performance places are closely related to Li. Chinese drama art originated from sacrificial ceremonies. Due to the backwardness of ancient productivity, temple theaters were born as a means of praying for blessings and continued to develop. There are many relics of temple theaters in the Wuling Mountain area, mainly divided into 3 categories: Guandi Temple, Wuxing Temple, Jade Emperor Palace, and Tianhou Palace. These temples are important places for moral and cultural education, conflict resolution, and gratitude expression to historical figures. Secondly, patrilineal clan culture. China has always emphasized self-cultivation, family governance, national administration, and world peace since ancient times. Ancestral halls are important representatives of patrilineal clan culture, reflecting the power of the family. During the Jiajing period of the Ming Dynasty, ancestral hall status became more consolidated. Due to factors such as personal social status and economic strength, ancestral halls were only open to the nobles. The development of drama art also promoted the development of courtyard theaters. The ancestral halls not only have the function of sacrificial offerings but also play an important role in holding activities and educating descendants. Finally, water transport culture. The water transport culture with salt as the medium played an important role in ancient Chinese commercial culture and had a profound impact on the Wuling Mountain area and the Yangtze River basin. The heyday of guild halls was also the peak period of merchants' water transportation. It acted as an important cultural hub connecting merchants from different regions. Salt used to be controlled and operated by the imperial family, and most salt merchants had an imperial background. Merchants faced many difficulties when traveling to other places and often formed various business associations for warmth. Guild halls built by merchants from different places bear the cultural brand of their hometowns and play an important role in merchant settlements. Next is the spatial layout and decorative features of traditional performance places. Traditional performance venues are located in the center of settlements or important nodes such as temples and ancestral halls. The buildings are flexible and free, mostly in a long strip shape. The building is designed along the central axis, and the main buildings such as mountain gates, stages, and main halls are set on the central axis, with secondary buildings distributed on both sides. Buildings are often related to water systems, reflecting the principle of facing the water and backing the mountains. The audience's line of sight gradually rises to solve the problem of obstructed sight. The stage, as an ancillary building, is built opposite to the main hall to express respect and filial piety to gods and ancestors. Meanwhile, according to our on-site survey of 26 theaters in the area, the stages of public buildings such as temples, ancestral halls, and guild halls mostly adopt a convex plan. In terms of architectural decoration, materials and textures are used, and building and decorative components are processed through carving, painting, calligraphy, and other techniques. They focus on using wood as the main material and using local wood processing, carving, and installation to provide simple and convenient lighting, ventilation, and space division. The fourth part is the current situation and development prospects of traditional performance places. Traditional performance places have been destroyed or lost due to various factors such as environmental changes, historical wars, floods, political movements, etc. Most venues with wooden structures are susceptible to dampness, pest infestations, fires, and other factors and need repair and protection. Through literature review, online surveys, and on-site inspections, many traditional performance places have suffered varying degrees of damage and restoration, so it is urgent and necessary to protect and restore these ancient buildings. With the development of China's economy and society, people's cultural self-confidence is stronger, and the desire for seeking roots, history, and culture is stronger, providing new opportunities for the revival of traditional performance places and showcasing cultural repertoires. The trend of repairing family genealogy and building ancestral halls is on the rise. Their functions have shifted from sacrificial offerings and performances to symbolic meaning and face projects. The transformation of courtyard theaters into open spaces serving the public needs of the whole village allows them to play an important role in unity, education, and relaxation of the villagers, contributing to rural revitalization and sustainable development. Finally is the conclusion. The protection and management development of traditional performance venues face multiple challenges and require strengthening protection measures, improving awareness, improving policies, increasing investment, and exploring innovative solutions. At the same time, transformation and upgrading, meeting cultural needs, strengthening education and promotion, establishing effective working mechanisms, and promoting traditional opera arts are also the current priorities to focus on. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. I hope I'm heard. Yes, that was a presentation by Dr. Pengran. I'm not sure that Dr. Pengran and his colleagues are here. Are they here? I'm heard, right? I can be heard?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're there?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So that was a wonderful presentation, very revealing and very organized. And of course, we'll come back for questions later on. So we will now move on to the next presentation. That is going to be acoustical characterization of Taramati Baradari. Incidentally, this is the city where I live in now, which is in Hyderabad. And it will be presented by Syed Azhar Akhtar and Associate Professor Dr. Vishakha-Kovetekar. Are they here? Yes? Dr. Roxane, am I heard?
Doctor, you can present, no problem, even if the authors are not there.
Okay, wonderful. So I will then go to the next presentation. Screen share.
You don't need to share screen again, since you are sharing the screen always from the beginning.
True, but I had actually stopped sharing screens.
Okay. So it is not necessary to stop sharing. You can continue.
Okay, so I guess just a second. Screen share, and then you said I have to do share sound. It's done.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
This is important.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
And make the full screen if you can, please.
Yes, I will. Yes.
Thank you.
Planning and Architecture.
It's heard now?
The topic for my conference paper is the
sound, I think.
of Taramati Baradri, which is situated in Hyderabad, Telangana state of India. Taramati Baradri is a structure located in Ibrahim Bagh, which is a historical garden in Hyderabad. It was built during the reign of 7th Sultan of Golconda, Abdullah Qutub Shah, in the early 17th century. Taramati Baradri is a square pavilion with a central hall and has a very unique acoustical design. It is a masonry structure made from granite and finished in lime plaster, with 4 open arches on each side of the central pavilion and 5 arches on each side of the outer veranda. One can reach Taramati Baradri from Shankarpali, Hyderabad Road, and from there one enters into Taramati Baradri Resort, which is owned by the Telangana Tourism Department. Once you enter the resort, you have to climb a series of stairs, which leads you to the podium on which the Baradri is situated. Then you will see the horizontal and vertical section of the structure. You can see the mount on which it is situated. It is approximately 15 meters in height. It has a good amount of elevation, which makes it stand out from the surrounding structure. The physical attributes of the structure are: it's built in stone masonry and finished in lime stucco plaster. It has 4 openings on each side. Pendentives act as a resonator for the structure. The historical use for the structure was a performance space, specifically for dancing and singing. Flat dome. There's a very this structure has a flat dome. That means it was purposefully designed for acoustics. Then square pavilion at the center with veranda on 4 sides. It has a very large volume, which results in longer reverberation time, especially at the lower frequency. It has 350 cubic meter of volume and a total internal height of 6 meters. The acoustical characterization that we are trying to do is actually the evaluation of acoustic quality of any structure. For this, the literature review was done, which included acoustical studies at various religious spaces, including mosques, churches, and monasteries. This facilitated in developing an insight into the methodology adopted and to deduce impression of different researchers in this area. Most of these studies are in context of European and American, and there are quite a few that belong to Indian context. For in situ measurements, impulse sound was generated to measure the sound and energy decay curve for the structure. And using that, background noise, reverberation time, and validity time was measured. The impulse sound may be generated electronically, or it can be initiated manually with the help of a balloon burst. For our study, we use balloon burst as the structure is located in a defense area, and anything that can be difficult to handle was not permitted at this site. For source type identification, from where the source was generated, for this, the monument is surrounded by defense. A balloon burst was used, and then the source was put at 3 different locations to understand the probable location from where Taramati used to perform. The seating patterns, the identification of the source and receiver location for in situ measurements was made according to the architectural symmetry of the space. The Taramati Baradri has a very symmetrical plan, and seating pattern would have been symmetrical if the source is at the center. So at each corners, the viewers would have been seated and would have had equal view from all the sides. For receiver, we used class 1 handheld analyzer, and it was mounted at 1.2 meter height from floor level, and it was actually located at 7 different locations, so that it can be simulated for any specific point of the site. Acoustical parameters are based on the literature review. Following parameters have been observed and investigated during the measurement and analysis. For reverberation parameters, T10 and T20 was used. Source 1 and receiver 2, we saw the sources that were placed in the previous slide. Over here, we saw the sources where the 3 sources are, and the receiver where the 7 receivers are. So for source 1 and receiver 2, at 500 hertz, where the human mid-range frequency exists, where we talk and we dance, we sing, that is at 500 to 1K hertz. And at that, for receiver 2, the reverberation time was approximately 2.75 for T10, and for T20 it was approximately 4. Then sound source 2 and receiver 2, for 500 it was 2 seconds, and for 500 it was, for T20 it was 2.2 seconds. For source 3 and receiver 2, at 500 hertz, the reverberation at T10 was 1.8 seconds, and for reverberation at T20 it was 1.85 seconds. The conclusion is that the acoustical parametric analysis suggests that the Baradari originally had very well-designed acoustical characters that provided optimal acoustical condition for music and speech intelligibility. The well-designed original acoustical character of the Baradari is being changed and destroyed by improper conservation measures. There's scope for further studies that should be done. That is, the in-situ measurement of reverberation time and sound distribution pattern can be used to calibrate the digital simulation model of the Baradari, and the model can be used to predict the acoustical characteristics for 2 conditions, which are the compatible repair conditions and the revival of original conditions. More information related to the sound absorption property of the historic materials need to be obtained to better understand and predict the original acoustical character through simulation. This will help protect intangible cultural heritage such as acoustics of the built environment, a highly fragile and elusive quality attached to the heritage structures. The following are the references that were used to carry out this study, and I would like to thank Telangana Tourism Department and manager of Taramati Baradari Resort for providing me access to site, Manish Manohare for helping me out with the sound equipment, and then I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my co-author and my college for supporting me throughout the research. Thank you, and I'll be taking questions.
Yes, thank you. That was a very special presentation. I think, though I have not been watching the entire conference, presentations of the entire conference, but I think that this one is the oral quality, which is not being brought out by many other presentations. So thank you for that. With that, we move on to the next presentation, which is the role of traditional craft in shaping the historic city, case of Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, India, and is being presented by architect Ramesh P. Bhole and architect Kirti Bhardwaj. I hope either or both of them are there. They aren't? Looks like it's too late in India and it's already past 10, so people don't seem to be here.
Yes,
but,
I think so.
Yes. So never mind, I'm going to share screen.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We share the information at least.
Right.
Greetings to everyone. I'm Kirti Bhardwaj and I'm from India. I'm currently pursuing my master's in architecture conservation from the School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. The topic of my conference is Role of Traditional Craft in Shaping the Historic City of Moradabad in Uttar Pradesh. Moradabad is known as the brass city of India. It is situated in western UP. In the north, it is bounded by the Bijnor district, in the east by Rampur, and in the south by Sambal district, and in west by Amroha district. It lies on the banks of the river Ramganga. Moradabad is a major industrial city and export hub. Its brass industry accounts for more than 40% of total handicraft exports from India. For literature review, several studies have been done on different backgrounds like MBA, geography, transportation, and environmental planning, but nobody has studied about the traditional craft of brass making of Moradabad. For the methodology, the study has been divided into three. The first one being the primary data collection, in which process of traditional craft of brass making has been covered. Identification of mohallas where the craft is practiced has been done. Identifying the network chain of the traditional craft, interaction with the artisans or the local people. For secondary data collection, literature study has been done. Different books, theses, archival data, gazetteers have been referred, and contextual study of the city has been done. For the way forward, the documentation of karkhanas or workshops which are associated with the traditional craft of brass making would be done. Identification of issues faced by the artisans in these workshops and design solutions would be given. After the primary data collection and secondary data collection, an understanding of the evolution of the city and how it impacted the growth of the traditional craft would be done. Coming to the procedure of making brass products, it involves 7 steps. The first one being mold making, then melting, followed by casting or dhalai, followed by chilai, then engraving, then rang bharai or coloring, and at the end, polishing. Mold making. So mold of the brass product is made from wax. The mold is divided into different parts depending on the type of the product, as you can see in this image. Followed by melting. Raw material required for making brass product is mixed, which majorly consists of 83% of copper and 17% of zinc. It is mixed and melted in a furnace at a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius, and then brass ingots or sillies are made out of it. For the third step, which is casting or dhalai, it is done using the sand from the banks of the river Ramganga and the master mold used during the mold making process, and the ingots or silli made during melting. The ingot is again melted in a small furnace and the products are produced using the master mold. Then chilai or chiseling is done. Engraving, also known as ulchai in the local language, is done by the use of hammer and hand. Rang bharai or coloring is done on brass products, followed by the final step, which is polishing. Moving forward, history. Before 1632, Moradabad was known as Chopala, which was a group of 4 villages. From 1632 to late 17th century, in 1632, Rustam Khan, on order of Shah Jahan, came to Chopala with 5 working classes, namely carpenters, ironsmith, barbers, cooks, and tailors. Chopala was named as Moradabad on the name of Murad Baksh, Prince of Shah Jahan at that time. Jama Masjid was constructed in 1632 by Rustam Khan. In the Mughal cantonment area of Katghar, the ironsmiths and the carpenters resided, and these ironsmiths started making weapons. All the wealthy people used to live in areas like Lalbagh and Faizganj, and major trade of brass products and brass weapons used to happen in the area near Faizganj known as Mandi Bas. In 18th century, the Moradabad city was a walled city and it started expanding beyond the walls. The following mahallas came into existence, where the artisans involved in the traditional craft of brass making started growing, which were Nawabpura, Diwan Ka Bazar, and Asalatpura. The craftsmen involved in the brass making started increasing. Till this time also, the craftsmen were majorly located in the Katghar or the Mughal cantonment area. From 19th to mid-20th century, the city expanded even more, and the mohallas like Baradari, Patpatsarai, Mahibullah Ganj came into existence, and the brass clusters started spreading different parts of the old city, like Diwan Ka Bazar, Parasha Safa, and Faizganj. Trade happened at the Bartan Bazar and Mandi Chowk area. Different mohallas like Tera Mohalla, Tambakuwala, Tamboli also had craftsmen who were skillful in the art of brass making. Bhatti Mohalla expanded and developed just outside the city wall. It was where the furnaces were located. Coming to the network chain of traditional craft in the historic city of Moradabad. This is the present-day map of the city of Moradabad. The red color signifies the boundary of the old city. within which all the areas which I have talked about earlier existed, and different areas were famous for different steps involved in the brass making process. So, as mentioned earlier, different areas like Diwan Ka Bazaar, Faizganj, Sambal Gate, Daulat Bagh were famous for making these brass products. So Faizganj had warehouses, also has warehouses, storage, trade and marketing. Teergave is famous for molding and casting. Lal Masjid for electroplating and chiseling. Bartan Bazaar and Mandi Chowk was the local market of the city. In Sambal Gate, around 60% residents are involved in hammering, embossing and chiseling. And in Asalatpura, 78% residents are involved in polishing and engraving. Now the clusters have also started shifting outside the old city, and these include areas like Karula and Lajpat Nagar, where there are assembly units, Pital Basti, which includes the big manufacturing units. Conclusion: the traditional craft has a high cultural value in the city, and it is observed that rise in demand of these products and coming up of new technologies, the number of artisans performing the craft manually have reduced, and many artisans have shifted to machine work. It is very important to spread the knowledge of this traditional craft and document this craft so that people understand its importance. Shifting to machine work has also reduced the finesse the handcrafted products have to offer. Further, there is no handbook available for the upcoming generation to refer and learn the traditional craft. There should be awareness programs, exhibitions which showcase the importance of this traditional craft. These are the references. For acknowledgement, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my co-author and mentor, architect Ramesh P. Bhole, and to the Department of Conservation, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Ajay Khare, Dr. Vishakha Kavathekar, and architect Apurva Pillai for their valuable inputs. Furthermore, I would like to thank people from Moradabad for extending a helping hand. Mr. Azam Ansari from Exporters Association, Mr. Ali Warsi from Nagar Nigam, Mr. Dilshad Hussain, a master craftsman in Moradabad, and Ikram Hussain Ansari, an artisan in Moradabad. Thank you, and now I welcome any questions.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. That was also quite exclusive about craft and actually how craft can shape a city's evolution and formation. So we now move on to the next presentation, which is preservation of Islamic urban heritage to enhance the user's expectations in the holy city of Mecca. The presentation is by PhD candidate Yaha Nawan, Dr. Abdullah S. Karban, Professor Dr. bin Lamit Hasanuddin, Dr. bin Azizui Muhammad. Is anyone from this team present here? It would be nice to have their cameras on.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, wonderful. Just hang on. I'm just going to do the screen share once more.
No, actually, I want to say Assalamu alaikum, and you can upload it from the link that we send it.
Yes,
to you.
yes.
Okay, you can start.
I'm just doing
presentation from your
Yes,
side.
I'm doing that. I hope it's
الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وعنا معهم يا أرحم الراحمين. Dear brother and sister, with you Yahya Muhammad Nabhan, candidate PhD at UTM University and the main author of this paper that titled with Preservation of Islamic Urban Heritage to enhance the user expectation in the holy city of Mecca. Before we begin presenting our paper, we want to thank Alanya University and the organizers of this conference for giving us this opportunity to share our work and knowledge in architecture and urban design. Now we will begin our presentation.
Introduction.
enhancing the urban heritage of the urban environment to suit religion tourism expectations, and return the cityscape to Islamic urban planning and design, is one strategy to improve public space in the holy city of Mecca, and it is one goal of the Saudi 2030 vision. This research aims to offer historical context for the foundation of the holy city, highlight key moments in the city's urban fabric revolution chronology, up to the present day, and help in outline plans for the city's future growth. The findings light how the Sharia Islamic norms, both permitted and forbidden activities inside Mecca's limits, impacted the city's urban fabric. This paper provides a comprehensive understanding of the rules of designing public space and highlights the sustaining Islamic urban heritage. Literature review. This type of research depends on primary and secondary sources and unpublished information. It relied on the historical premise as a method of study, reviewing literature and books on holy city urban growth, passing through the important historical transformations and the Islamic rules for using the urban space, will create a comprehensive approach that may enhance the future decision makers for the development of the HCOM. Research methodology. To achieve the aim of this paper, it used a historical research method, historiography. It is a systematic recovery of the subtle nuances, the people, the meanings, the events, and even the ideas of the past that have inspired and molded the present. This research used descriptive methods to examine the city's urban fabric evolution over the last century by looking through the literature on the history of the urban development of the HCOM. Results and discussion. 1. Geographical of the holy city of Mecca. The HCOM is located in the western region of Saudi Arabia, 70 km from the Red Sea, and 400 km from Al-Madinah al-Munawwara, the second religion city in Islam. See figure 1. It takes place in a big valley called Ibrahim Valley, within the Sarawak Mountains. Its altitude is 300 m above sea level. See figure 2. The HCOM has an arid climate in the summer season. The temperature reaches 48 degrees Celsius while in the winter season, it goes down to 18 degrees Celsius. 2. The holiness of the city. The holy boundary. The holy city of Mecca is distinguished from all other religious cities by the presence of its holy boundary. See figure 3. In which the intentions to perform some acts of worship are held and control some acts. See table 1. This table shows the most important acts that are forbidden to be performed inside the holy boundary, and the actions that are desirable to be performed inside it. Given the importance of this holy boundary, take care and concern for it has continued throughout the ages, and to the present day. See table 2. This table shows the names of the people who restored and maintained signs cairns of the holy boundary for the HCOM. In order to establish its borders and signs, the last restoration of it was during the era of King Fahd bin Abdulaziz in 1984-80. See figure 4. This figure shows the recent map for the holy boundary of the holy city of Mecca, and it is highlighted with a blue color. Also, it shows the most important places in the HCOM. 3. The population growth impact on the holy city of Mecca. 3.1 Permanent residence population growth. The HCOM is one of the fastest population growth in the KSA cities, supported by its religious position, which helped in economic growth and the creation of good investment and job opportunities, which led to migration to it in search of a better life. The population in the HCOM in 1975 was around 450,000 people, but in 2005 this number changed dramatically and jumped to 1.3 million people, with an increase of 289%. In 2010 the population jumped to 1.5 million people, and in 2018 the census reached 2 million. The survey studies indicate that the population of the holy city of Mecca, HCOM, will reach 3.4 million in 2030. See figure 5. 3.2 Visitors growth to the HCOM. The security and economic stability of the kingdom, and the high development of transportation led to a growth in the number of visitors to the HCOM. See figure 6. The number of visitors in 2006 was around 3 million, but in 2011, it increased by 167% to reach 5 million visitors. In 2018, this number soon increased but 360%, reaching 18 million visitors. It is expected to reach 30 million visitors in 2030. This rapid growth in the holy city led to urban problems that negatively affected the quality of life in the city and constituted additional burdens on the state. For example, it led to the emergence of random, unserved or organized residential areas, which later became hotbeds of crime. The humongous number of visitors to the holy city caused to extend the capacity of the Grand Mosque by extending its border, and now it covers most of the historical urban forms. 3.3 The impact of the Grand Mosque on the formation and growth of the urban fabric heritage of the holy city. The religious impact on the HCOM was followed by the economic, scientific and security impact that made the holy city an important center in the ancient world, and the same is true today, as the capital of the Islamic world. See figure 7. This figure shows a depiction of the pre-Islamic clans who ruled the HCOM. Qaisar was the first who established an urban design for the holy city to respect and venerate the sacred house and serve its residents and visitors. 3. For the impact of the Grand Mosque on the urban fabric heritage in the Islam era on the HCOM. Expansions and maintenance work for the Grand Mosque followed, in veneration of it and the service of its visitors, by the Islamic caliphs and leaders from all over the Muslim world. See figure 8. This figure shows the timeline of the urban growth of the holy city in the Islamic eras to date. There is a strong relationship linking the rapid growth of the urban fabric in the Holy City with the period following the expansion and addition operations in the Grand Mosque. 3.5 The impact of the Grand Mosque on the HCOM, urban fabric heritage, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia era. There are 3 phases of the transition in the urban fabric of the HCOM, caused by the expansion of the Grand Mosque in the Saudi Arabia era. See Figure 8. 1. The first phase covers the urban fabric extending from the Grand Mosque to the first ring road. 2. The second phase extends from the first ring road to the third ring road, and this area is characterized by random urban growth and slums. 3. The third phase extends from the third ring road to the current situation of the urban boundaries. This phase is characterized by a great development in the roads and the multiplicity of public transportation. The urban fabric of the HCOM in 2019 covered 333.54 kilometers. In general, 67% of the urban fabric in the HCOM is considered an organized urban fabric, and 33% of it is an unorganized neighborhood or slum area. Most of these slum areas are concentrated in the central urban around the Grand Mosque, but on the other hand, the lands in this area are among the most expensive worldwide. Also, it is the most targeted area for investors due to the visitors' desire to live near the Grand Mosque, which led to the emergence of a forest of residential towers with poor urban public places. Conclusion. The HCOM is the most important religious place for Muslims, as it is their Qibla and the place they long for themselves to complete their religion by doing the 5th pillar of Islam, and the place on which aspirations are held for closeness to the God to ask His of mercy and forgiveness. Thus it is important to emphasize the sanctity and spirituality of the sacred land by setting up all the boundaries of the harem and introducing the visitor and the resident to the date of those dependencies, like the prohibited actions and recommended attitudes. The need to increase studies on future perceptions of the urban fabric of the HCOM, which aims to provide a high quality of life and succeed the 2030 vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. C. Preserving the cultural and urban heritage of the Holy City, especially within the central region, and the places that have a cultural value of Islamic history. D. Taking into account the urban character of Islamic cities, especially the HCOM, when redeveloping slums or designing new neighborhoods, taking into account the requirements of users, in order to create distinction for the Holy City. These are some of the references that have been used in this research. If there is any question, I'm happy to answer it.
Yes, that was very, very well structured presentation and very informative as well. So with that, we will move on to the first roundtable. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, the first roundtable. So
yes, we have
it. Yeah, right. So we can move on to the questions and answers if there are any. If not, I will also like to ask, but of course the first questions must come from the viewers, the participants. Yes. There are something on the chat, but I don't think those are questions.
No, they are not questions.
They're not questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, wonderful. Why did you start, Dr. Watson?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I will start.
Please, please, absolutely.
Yes, I want to ask traditional craft Ramesh, architect Ramesh. Am I right? The name is he there or she? I don't know. I think they are not here. Anyway, the rule of traditional craft architect Ramesh.
Ramesh, yes.
Yeah, he's not here. But
what about Kirti? Kirti is also not here? Perhaps
Kirti
not.
also, yes.
Is not
I will
here.
ask it
Okay.
generally. Maybe I
No
will
problem.
get answers from you. Is the crafts that we see in the temples and all the, let us say, mosques or churches, it is about design or it is about art? I mean, it is about architecture or it is about art?
Well, usually when it's a temple, then it's definitely about architecture. And I think what is special about the temples, and when you talk about the craft used in the temples, is that it is an intrinsic part of the architecture. What she was talking about here, as far as I would know, you would appreciate that India is a large country, but what the presentation was talking about was a special brass craft of Muradabad, a place called Muradabad in one of the states, and that is only about the craft. And I think the correlation that she wanted to bring about was how the crafts, there's a huge population of that particular town are involved in the craft, and how the development, the flourishing of the craft really led to the evolution of the city. Is, I would imagine from the presentation, that's what she was trying to draw a parallel to. And she's also brought about how it is now, and how, because of more and more people wanting to do a finer work, let's say, on the craft. So we have settlements now coming out of the old city, and they are now being specialized and dedicated to each part of the craft. So we have one which is only doing the manufacturing, somebody else doing the carving, and then another settlement doing the polishing, the coloring. So that is how the city has grown really around that craft, is what she was trying, or they were trying to bring forward. And in absentia, that's how much I can say.
Thank you for this illustration. Actually, it is worthy. I have another question for the last presentation about the extension of Mecca. Since Mecca is a holy city, I don't know if the presenters are there or not.
I think they are there. Yes, they are
yes,
there.
Doctor, we are here.
Yes. I wonder, after a few decades, how the architecture will try to solve the problem of these rituals, since the people increase more. I ask if you have any information about this. Is it possible to go underground to make these things instead of above the ground? So we are going higher, yes, around the holy house of Mecca. So we are going up, yes?
Yeah.
Is it possible to go down? This is my question.
Actually, I don't have a clear question here, because it is about Sharia law.
Yes, that's why I'm asking, because, okay.
So depending on my research, because I'm doing research in public, holy public spaces, so all you can go up, but you cannot go down. Yeah, start from the 0 level to up. But the most people, they like be around the place that the Prophet Muhammad والسلام, has been there. So many people, they don't like go up until now. Even there's from other country, they want to be in the same place that Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, we are talking about a few millions now, but maybe after, let us say, 50 years, 100 years, the things is going to be changed.
Yes.
We have these two options, either to limit the visitors or to increase the visitors with the architectural solutions.
Okay, let me tell you, Professor, something. Prophet Muhammad, he did do the surrounding holy riding on his camel. So from that reason, all the scholars, they allowed to go rise up. This one thing. For the structure of the building, so the Kaaba, the black house, or the house, it is about this is cube, and all around of it, it is a mosque. So you can demolish it and extend it as you like. If you go to my presentations, you find the holy boundary. This is the holy boundary. This started the place of the holy land. So if you pray in this area, that it is almost 20 kilometers from the Kaaba, And if you pray standing of Kaaba, it's the same thing. It's the same reward from Allah.
So you think going down is not possible
no,
based on Sharia?
No. There is a future plan for the Holy Mosque will be extended more and more. So or the zero level will be, you know the concept of the architecture about the ground will be empty, and the extending of the urban and the greens. They're building something like this, but it is under the holy things. So you can see the Kaaba from 3 kilometers away.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
I
So
understand.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Sonia, thank you very much.
Yes, I would like to, wonderful, thank you. I just wanted to ask, since we are on this topic, that, we heard a very, like I said, it's a very informative and well-structured presentation. I was wondering whether, because it's the holy city of Mecca and we know the importance of this city, hasn't any interventions, because from your presentation, it seemed like it has grown in population and there has been certain issues with it, but hasn't there been any interventions taken already by people in power? So this is something I would like to know from you, and whether they've been good or bad, or whether they've been conducive or not, but has something already been done? That sense I didn't get. I'm sorry if I didn't get the whole idea. Yes.
So asking for this, answering these questions, we have now the Saudi vision, the 2030 visions. It's about extending the area for the visitor, because the people who are living there, they are guests on the Holy Land. But the most people who's coming from outside this country and do their spiritual and journey. So those people, they are the very important people. So now Saudi Arabia, they're extending the area of resident from the Holy Mosque until the third highway. That means it will be around from the center of the urbans, 5 kilometers around the area. So all of this area will be resident for temporary people, for visitors.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are developing now all the infrastructure for transportation, under transportations, everything now. If you go search about the Masar road, it is a very, very beautiful concept about hosting all those people in a place that provide everything, and you can move from 5 kilometers to the Holy Mosque in just 10 minutes. So it is good things. Yeah, they are concerning about developing the area for hosting more people, and also at the same time they are building a new urban for the citizens who serve these people. So it is many things happening now in Saudi Arabia, especially in the two holy cities. Thank you for asking, Doctor.
Thank you for letting us know the inside story very much. And I have one question for Dr. Pengran isn't here, but we have somebody in his place, Yahoo Liu, right? Liu, if I may ask you, your presentation on that Wuling, yeah, I'm just wondering, how does such a space, the one that you have just shown as traditional performance places, are you able to hear me, Liu? Yes, Liu, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So tell me, how does these traditional these spaces for traditional performances, how does it fit into contemporary sense of public place? Is there similar performances still happening, or how is it coming into the contemporary urban fabric now?
All these traditional performance places are mostly in the production time. Sorry.
Yes.
In the most of time, they are most of the time they are isolated from the public. There becomes some travel travel location，就是tourist attraction，they are they are they are they yeah they put it they are and they are in the mountains, so most of their most of their time most of the time they are only faced to their colleges.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So sorry, my English is not very good. So
Okay, never mind. I'm sure you tried your best. Thank you ever so much. And is there any question from everybody? Anybody in this first 4 presentations that we had? Otherwise, we will move on to the next section. Is that okay, Dr. Roxane?
Yes, we can go on. Thank you.
Go on. I don't think there are any questions coming forth.
No,
so
it's
we
not. So.
Okay. So the first presentation will be Professor Polumi Banerjee and me. Polumi is here. I can see that. I will try, Polumi, to open the presentation from here. In case I do not, I'm not able to, then I will request you, but I'm going to try and do this from here.
Very good evening. It's night here to everybody, and welcome to our presentation.
Yes, so since I'm a co-presenter, I will beg everybody's pardon, because as we were recording this at a very late time of the night, and I'm sure that we could have done a better job, but
yes, it was
so
wee hours we were recording it, and then both of us were extremely sleepy.
So we didn't talk much, but hopefully the presentation will be
do the talking. Yes, presentation would do the talking. Yes.
Yes, so I'm just started.
Warm greetings and welcome to the presentation on the irreplaceable construct of a place in history, Thandukuria, India. I'm Sonia Gupta, professor, and I welcome also my co-author, Polumi Banerjee Das, associate professor at Schools of Architecture and Planning in India. Thandukuria, the place we have just mentioned, is very close to Kolkata, but somehow its history was never recorded, even though Kolkata was the capital of the British Empire at that time, one of the most powerful empires in the world. This little village is, to the best of our knowledge and investigation, no other recorded history shows any other such example of Indian trading community having forged a settlement with indigenous planning principles, but their own buildings replete with English and European features. The methodology we used was looking into the genius loci, and we took the definition from Low L, which said that genius loci is the meanings of the place accrued through time. We also looked at Christian Norberg Schultz's definition that place is defined by concrete characteristics or structures and also by abstract features or meanings. The importance is understood by the train station at Thandukuria Garden.
This was the first building we had visited. It was like a castle and had lots of similarity with the castles we find in UK.
We were told by officials at the Block Development Office, and we also are privy to the appointment made by the West Bengal Heritage Commission, which has taken interest in taking over the property for restoration. Now we come to the charitable work done by the traders of Dhannokuria. This hospital is still catering to the residents' medical needs effectively. The high school also functions, and this was the first English medium school of the village. This shows the climate sensitivity of the planning around a courtyard, as also many colonial features.
Stained glass louvers, Doric columns.
All blending seamlessly.
Yes.
The special feature, the Nazar Minar, amalgamating various types of arches in uniting religious harmony. Now comes the Sau Mansion. A little different with 5 archways in Thakurdala and Romanesque and Baroque features. Triumphal arch for a gateway, a library and a school still functional. The Ballab Mansion is different because it has Art Nouveau features in cast iron. Another Rashmancho, which reflects the culture of the Vaishnava religion that they followed. In all its glory, the Rashmancha. Durga Puja, the quintessential Bengali festival, is still celebrated here with pomp in a different way, in the Vaishnava way. Thakis are still the same family, like the priests. A lot of social work, benevolent work by the traders, the merchants. And it is this timeless quality that has given Dhannokuria that special genius loci, 200-old living structures, still standing testimony to socio-cultural economic processes, is indeed a rarity. A spiritual distinctiveness that remains very, very palpable to every passerby. We are really curious as to how designer and craftsmen could create this without having ever visited Europe or England. We can understand it was too unimportant by Britishers to put it up in their record books, but we have a plan to revive this, to take people along this route and show them all the wonderful structures that we have just analyzed and brought forward the genius loci. The best time to visit between Durga Puja and Rash, and adaptive reuse, all the vacant places and a circularity, so that everything is preserved for the next generation with minimum damage. We can utilize for empowerment of the community and many other such engagement. These are our references. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very
Have
much.
questions, if you have questions, I'm here
That
to
we
answer
come
at
to,
the end of
yes.
the session.
Right. So we will come to that at the end of it. And now the next presentation, sustainability impact of tall buildings on low-rise residential environments, analyzing the case of Yeni Sahir Neapolis at Nicosia. Dr. Aitan Ozavas Ake Eyamoglu. Are they here, any of them or both of them?
Good evening to everyone. Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. So I shall now try to screen share.
Mr. President and esteemed attenders, my name is Mustafa Eyyamoğlu. I'm going to present our work prepared by with my colleague Ayten Özsavaş Akçay as a name, Sustainability Impact of Tall Buildings on Low-Rise Residential Environments, analyzing the case of Yenişehir Neapolis, Nicosia, Cyprus. Tall buildings are structures that are the dominant symbol of the city, and they became increasingly widespread in all cities in the world. Recently, increasing number of the tall buildings are taking place of the low-rise residential building and creating sustainable development problems. This study is focusing on Yenişehir Neapolis district, which is one of the first settlement where the construction started to grow out of the historic walled city of Nicosia. Region has a unique plan consisting of traditional architecture examples that are environmentally and physically sustainable and ensure the continuity of social and cultural life by the residents. The aim of this paper is to examine the social, cultural, environmental, and economic impact of tall buildings on low-rise houses, urban texture residents in Yenişehir Neapolis neighborhood in Nicosia through the perspective of sustainable development. Here you can see some plans of the Yenişehir area. This area has a unique, systematic, and regular plan. Original buildings are residential houses that consume less energy compared to high-rise buildings, and they are environmentally and physically suitable for the texture. There is a social and cultural lifestyle that the residents of the region maintain. As a methodology of our research based on both quantitative and qualitative methods. As a first step, literature review were done, and all literature was reviewed in order to identify the impact of the tall buildings on existing environments. As a field study, detailed observation were done in the selected site area in order to collect data about the impacts of tall buildings. As a third step, interviews, face-to-face interviews and in-depth interviews, closed talks were conducted with the local residents to understand all impact of tall buildings. And in last step, as a fourth step, resultant discussions analyzed. As a definition of impacts, we can say in the light of the related literature, potential impacts are categorized under three headings of social, cultural, environmental, and economic dimensions of sustainable development. Each heading is grouped as a sub-criteria, and detailed definition were done. Each item was given a code. These codes are used while analyzing the interview response. Here you can see the table of sustainability dimensions for tall buildings impact on low-rise environment. As a first dimension, we took socio-cultural impact. These are family living, community living, human scale, and public realm. You can see the definitions of these criteria and observation and related literature reviews. As a second dimension, we took environmental impact, which are shadow, natural light, wind, and natural ventilation, climate, view, infrastructure, built heritage, existing textures such as neighborhood, traffic, car parking, air pollution, waste, skyline, vegetation, bird collision. As a last dimension, we take as an economic impact, which is economic viability. We divide our interviews into 3 different categories. Group A are the residents who are the first owner of the houses. The house belongs to their parents since 1935. Group B interviews are forced migrated Turkish Cypriots who are originally from the south side of the Cyprus, and they are living in this residence since 1974. It's been almost 50 years. And Group C, they are migrated from the South Cyprus at 1974, and they live in these houses with their parents. They left their houses for the marriage, and they start to reuse these buildings, these houses, after their parents passed away. During the interviews, we asked the residents, what do you think or feel about the implemented tall buildings? What changes caused by the construction of tall buildings? What are the primary effects of the changes? Are they positive or negative? What do you think about the regulations taken by the government which allows construction of tall buildings in this area? After that, we evaluate the interviews and observations result for sustainability dimensions. As you can see, we took first dimensions as a social cultural impact. And according to interview result, you can see in green column the answer of the residents and our observation result related with literature review or observation criteria. Here you can see the environmental impacts and sub-criteria of the sustainability dimension, interview result, and our observation. The red signs shows the result by the interviews, which they don't have this definition or this criteria in their effects. But some of them are observed by our result, which they didn't mention their interviews. Environmental impacts of sustainability dimensions and result of interviews are continued. And here you can see the economic impact and economic viability of the interview result and our observations. In this map, we can see the original plan and original houses belonging to 1935, which is the first map of the region when they built. All buildings are single and double story in this original design. In this map, you can see the current heights of existing buildings, which are starting from the first floors, and it goes up to 12 floors in our current existing buildings. And we divide them into different colors to understand how many floors and which buildings are multi-story buildings. In this map, you can see the current condition of existing buildings regarding the new constructed and original buildings. The red ones are showing the replace with new buildings. That means they destroyed the original buildings, and there is a multi-story buildings in this place, and the blue ones are the originals. And in this map, you can see the current condition of the existing buildings. There are some buildings and destroyed and they converted to car parking. There are new buildings which is rising up to 12 floors. There are buildings, there are lands which is under constructions. There are original buildings which is under the sale. And there are unused buildings which are empty, and there are original buildings which is, in these buildings, local residents are still living. As a resultant construction, we can say that within the scope of study, social, cultural, environmental, and economic impacts of tall buildings assessed in traditional sustainable built environment. The criteria and sub-criteria determined in the literature review and according to observations in field were compared with the result of the survey. The opinions of the participants who contributed to interview agree with the criteria determined in the literature review and our observation, and it seemed that the sustainability is gradually decreasing due to the social, cultural, and economic and environmental impacts. As a result, it is clear fact that the preservation of the sustainable built environment, which has such a unique and historical identity in the city center of Nicosia, without further deterioration, will contribute to sustainable development goals of the country. Here you can see some of our reference that we use. Thank you for your interest and listening.
That was also a very, I think, important, very topical research, because we need to understand the future with respect to what exists. So we will, of course, move on to questions. But before that, the next presentation is on investigating the role of a mosque in a society, a residential neighborhood in Rajshahi city. That's Bangladesh. Do we have the presenters here? Farjana, Jasmine, Muhammad Asaduzaman, and Muhammad Hasib. Are they here?
Hello, ma'am. Yes, I am here.
Wonderful.
I am.
Okay, great. So I'm going to be
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are doing fine. I am Farjana Jasmine, lecturer, Department of Architecture, Alanya University of Engineering and Technology, RUET. First, I, on behalf of my co-authors, would like to thank the organizers for giving us the chance to present here. Today, I will present on my topic, investigating the role of a mosque in a society, a residential neighborhood in Rajshahi city. Please allow me to begin. So, the contents are introduction, research objectives, research methodology, literature review, study area, the sampling, data analysis, discussion, and conclusion. The introduction, mosque is the house of Allah, the place of worship for Muslims. There is in Islam, worship is a way of life, and the notion of the mosque as a community center are inseparable. These statements also bears the importance of mosque in a society, highlighting the mosques are platform for communal activities. So for Bangladesh, we can say it ranks 8 by population among the countries of the globe. Among almost 91.104% people here are Muslim, and among the Muslim countries, population-wise it ranks at 4. From this introductory data, we can see that Muslim residing in Bangladesh account for a sizable portion of the total country's total globe's Muslim population. Yet there are some observations that there is decrease in mosque-centric activities in present, and access to the mosque only limited to the one half of society, which are males. This actually calls into the question the social values of the mosque. This paper attempts to investigate the present scenario in a residential neighborhood, Upashahar in Rajshahi city, by conducting a survey on the residents belonging to different age groups, genders, and academic qualification. The research objectives here are to investigate the role of mosque in a residential neighborhood at present, assess how the real scenario relates or differs to the actual teachings of Islam, identify the key factors leading to the difference between Islamic values and human perception, create awareness towards consciously practicing Islam's teachings in society. Research methodology is mentioned here. Observation, then literature study, which is secondary data, then a study area, sampling, and then research design is basically primary data, sampling on variables, age group, gender, education levels, data collection, observation, questionnaire survey, close and open-ended questions, interviews, then data analysis on set variables, descriptive statistics, frequency, percentage, trends and themes, results and discussions. And here is the detailed outline of the research design part. Now we are coming to the literature review. Here basically two parts, mosque-centric activities and mosque accessibility. Mosque-centric activities, here we can see the mosque, first mosque, the Quba Mosque was basically the community development center, and the functions here are the mosque is a center for religious activities, a learning center, a seat for prophets, government, welfare and charity center, rehabilitation, detention and rehabilitation center, place for medical treatment, and a place for some leisure activities. Then during Islamic ages also we have seen the role of the community centers. In contemporary practice, there is there are recent practices of Islamic center, which is a center for authority for the Muslim community. This practice is seen in UK, USA, Middle Eastern countries and Southeast Asian countries. So mosque accessibility, about it we can say that women were allowed to pray along men during the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, but he explicitly stated that men should not prevent the female slaves of Allah from entering the house of Allah even at night. In Arab world, women do take part in regular congregational prayers in a mosque. Here is the global distribution of Muslim population. Even in Western world, we also see they welcome women openly, but in Indian subcontinent they are less welcomed into pray into the mosque. Mosques are basically in the Middle East. Mosques are most mosques in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa have always spaces for women, said Sania Muriam, the head of a collective called Muslim Women's Study Circle. The Indian subcontinent is an anomaly, she said. Then after the literature survey, we understood the scenario. Now the study area is Rajshahi city, a part of Borendra region in North Bengal. It is one of the oldest cities ruled by Hindu kings, Muslim sultans, British company and Jumindars. The city shares a deep connection with Shah Moghdum, who is a famous Muslim Sufi figure and brought Islam to this region. As it is a residential neighborhood, the central mosque, which is now the Upashahar model mosque, is kept at center, and a catchment radius of around 400 meters is taken within the area, and about 5-minute walks. Sampling is basically 100 residents are surveyed, 50 male, 50 female, different to different age group, and academic qualification. The questions are divided are mosque accessibility, mosque-centric activities, Islamic knowledge, data analysis, descriptive statistics, cross-tabulation, thematic analysis. Mosque accessibility. The sample size is, from the sample we can say almost 90% men go to the mosque to say daily prayers, but only 14% women go, that too on Fridays and occasionally. There are 4 age groups, but basically almost same for every age group. And the reason behind is the men short time as a constraint, but for women they actually do not have the practice to go to mosque daily. So which is a concern. Then the opinions were taken from both male and female on women and child friendliness of the mosque, and almost 78% said they are not friendly. Even if we look at the male-female responses, both portions heavily agree with it. Even if we look at the age-wise data, they are saying that the mosques are not friendly. Even at the education level data, we can also see they do not agree. So the discussion can be the majority women do not go mosques mainly. for each age group and education level, it is the same. The basic reason is women actually do not practice here this only. So almost 80% people agree that the mosques are not women friendly. Here is opinion taken on how important it is for women to go to mosque for daily prayers, and male responses were quite positive, but women, it is shown that they are not thinking it as a must. As I already said, it is not, it is out of practice here only. But on a positive note, both the genders agreed to open the mosque for women. Mosque-centric activities. We can say to understand the scenario, the question was asked, are they involved in any kind of activities other than prayer? Almost 55% people are not involved, but the same sample responded that they heavily follow Islamic lifestyle, which is again not going with their practice. Then the question, what are those activities? Males, about 52% male were involved in activities. These are those activities, and about only 38% female are involved in any kind of activities. So the discussion shows there is a lack of dependency on mosque for their daily life. And one open-ended question hence was asked, what are the mosque-centric activities practiced in Islam according to their knowledge? From the responses, 4 category was showed: religious, social, economic, and political. Age-wise and education-wise, the data is shown here. We can see the responses are majorly in the religious section, few are in social section, but both the metrics do not vary very much. So it can be said that mosque is not acting as a platform for a community here. Islamic knowledge, another dimension was to know their source of Islamic knowledge. As we already understood, there is a gap of Islamic knowledge and in their practice of daily life. So this data could be crucial. From this data analysis, we can see that conclusion that women have less access to scholar discussion programs, which again indicates towards the fact that they do not go to mosques or take part in activities. It shows that going to mosque is indeed important. It opens the door to knowledge and awareness according to the Islamic lifestyle. The conclusion here, we can say from the results and discussions of the results, it can be seen that the mosque is not being able to portray its ideal role, which is to serve the community in totality in the study area. Reasons we already seen. The large number of people do not go to, the activities of the mosque are limited to only praying for a large number of people, and then the female are not encouraged to go to the mosque. The limitation here is the whole picture can't be portrayed here, but only of a sizable portion. Yet the data analyzed here definitely hints towards we are not fully aware of this current situation, and enthusiastic steps towards bringing change of this scenario has become a must. There should be recommendations for policymakers, religious leaders, and community members to enhance mosque accessibility, promote diverse mosque activities, and improve the dissemination of Islam. Here are the references. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, I think that was, Farjana, that was a very, very relevant study, especially the premise that you have taken up, very, very important for today's world. So thank you for the presentation. And now for the next one, which is, just a second, it is going to be on reflections of the memories, a microhistory on Konak Ataturk Square, Izmir, in the 1960s and 70s. And this has been done by Pengi Senturk, Dr.
Yes.
Gulnur Balis, Dr. Eda Fairkoch, and Gizem Güler Nakib. Nice that you are here. And
hello, everyone. Yes, we are here.
yes, lovely. So I'm going to share the screen right now.
Hello everyone. Today I will present our study, Reflections of the Memories, a microhistory on public spaces Izmir, 1960s and 70s. The presentation includes 6 subtitles. The main part starts in the 3rd chapter. When we look at the introduction part, firstly, as it states by Henry Lefebvre, social space is a social product. Space is more than a physical concept, but a social product. He said that space is not only produced physically, but has perceived, conceived, and lived qualities. It can be said that the concept of space, that is place, should be examined not only with physical elements, but also with its psychological, cultural, and temporal components. In this study, urban narratives are used to understand the space's identity created by the characters and their real experiences. Oral interviews, photographs, and personal notes were examined during the period of story. The study aims to improve the understanding of urban and architectural spaces through the atmosphere. Due to its geographical location, Izmir, an important port city in western Turkey, interaction with different cultures is highest throughout its historical process. The economic and social qualities of the city have developed continuously, and in the urban development process, significant economic developments also has been seen. You can see the Konak Atatürk Square and its surrounding. The first traces of the rapid transformation experienced in the early Republican era. The city experienced rapid and radical change with a new ideology. This change also occurred in the Konak area and its surroundings. These are some significant buildings of Konak Atatürk Square. When we focus on our site, Izmir Konak Atatürk Square has undergone many transformations over the years. It proves how important this area is for the urban identity of Izmir. You can see the 40s and 50s situation of the square, especially on the top. You can see the general view of the square, and the right you can see tram line in front of the Ankara Palace Hotel. After 50s, with the increase in the population in the city and the economic and social developments, the need for places with different functions in the city center, such as opera, hotel, and open spaces, has begun to be needed. You can see the Konak Atatürk Square in 70s. The square came to the fore again in millennium when the Kemeraltı Conservation Development Plan revision was made. In the project designed by Ersan Gürsel in 2003, a prominent pedestrian access was created through underpasses and overpasses to scale the square and to activate pedestrian transportation between the endpoints. In the 3rd chapter, before starting the urban narrative about our story, I would like to briefly introduce our characters. Atilla is a waiter. He started to work as a waiter in the first cocktail lounge of Izmir, located on the right side of the entrance of Ankara Palace Hotel. Hüseyin is the driver of one of the taxis in front of Ankara Palace Hotel. Rüştü was a worker in the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality building. Çetin is a young man who opened a pharmacy on the right side of the hotel. Our main character Cemil works as a doctor in the Denizli and is the father of his twin daughters, Hülya and Leyla, who were boarding students in Izmir. 1. Connecting to the square. Cemil and his daughters have a few days to spend in Ankara Palace Hotel. Cemil, who has been here in Konak Atatürk Square before, sees the crowd and knows that some people take pictures with Konak Clock Tower in the square and some are going to Kemeraltı. The difference was the construction of the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality building. He understood from his conversation with Rüştü, who worked there, that this building would also have an important place for the Izmir's identity. Municipality building, an inseparable part of the city silhouette and the square, has been demolished today without considering the adaptive reuse and reinforcement proposal. Current situation. Connecting to the space, Ankara Palace Hotel. Upon entering the Ankara Palace Hotel, the reception area on the left and the cocktail bar on the right welcomed the visitors. Cemil had checked in at the reception on the left and the entrance. Meanwhile, his daughters were heading toward the right. There were shops on the passage ground floor, of which the hotel is also a part. Each of these shops also has a mezzanines. Rooms are located on the first floor. The griddle facade structure and the design of the openings, which are the architectural features of the early Republican period of the building, were very clearly visible. The girls couldn't stand the smell of the warm cookies from the patisserie. Attila opened the sliding window and called out of the bakery worker. A connection was established with the Ankara Palace patisserie, which serves both hotel guests and patisserie customers, through this small window. Cemil, who completed the entrance procedures, greeted Attila and sat beside his daughters. Cemil and his daughters decided to go to the Izmir Fair, namely Culture Park, to have dinner and feel the fair atmosphere in the city. Izmir Fair, which plays a significant role in the commercial life of Izmir, but has become an entertainment function in the minds of Izmir residents and all its visitors, reached its most significant importance worldwide in the 70s. Before going to Culture Park, Cemil had to stop by Yıldız Pharmacy. They had agreed with Çetin before he came to Izmir. Hülya and Leyla thought they could go to Atıf City Tavern and have tea or coffee. After continuing on the right way, they'd proceed to the door, and the Çeşme stone material used in the entrance area attracted direct attention. As soon as they entered, they noticed the asymmetrical and orthogonal arrangement, flat roof, reinforced concrete, cylindrical columns, glass walls, and broken concrete entrance eaves of the modernist building. In this part, Cemil and Çetin starting to prepare medicines on the upper floor. You can see the details of interior. Izmir Fair, Culture Park. Now it was time to go well-known Culture Park. After asking them wait for a while, Attila looked for a familiar face among the taxi drivers in the empty field in front of the hotel. He saw Hüseyin sitting on the top of his car. Cemil and Hüseyin, who started to chat on the way, were talking about the importance of Culture Park for Izmir. In the Culture Park, there was a place that Cemil couldn't stop thinking about that he saw in the newspaper and on the posters, and he was excited because he had not gone with his daughters yet. That was Island Casino. After walking around Culture Park, they started to move toward the Island Casino. At the entrance, the bridge was connected to the concrete ramp that descended at the end of the lake. Being a dominant element of modern architecture, this bridge and the use of concrete represents a universal construction tool. The favorite floor of the outdoor dance floor and the glass mosaic walls were not a combination of materials they were accustomed to seeing. At the same time, the Çeşme stone used at the entrance of Atıf City Tavern and the black marble frequently used in the construction industry made them feel more local. In this part of the story, the Island Casino's detailed plan layout are given. Cemil asked Hüseyin if there was a place where they could take pictures to immortalize this special few days. Hüseyin suggested to Fotocan, located at the back of the Ankara Palace Hotel. They would remember these days in the future. The public spaces, whose cultural values is transferred from generation to generation with the buildings that make up to the square, also has an essential place for the urban identity of Izmir. At the end of the story, we can understand that sustainability, urban historiography, documentation, and urban memory is the key factor for documenting the city's identity. Izmir Metropolitan Municipality building was requested to be destroyed without considering the reinforcement proposal, considering it was damaged after the big earthquake in Izmir. Although Ankara Palace Hotel has not been used since 1992, Halim Alanyalı Business Passage continues to use actively today. Yıldız Pharmacy is still on its old place, but its function has been changed to sell hearing aids, even if the venue remains the same. Atıf City Tavern continued to exist until 1981. Culture Park has ceased to be a public place frequently by people today. Island Casino is not used. While spaces are rapidly transforming, it becomes much more difficult for interiors to maintain their originality. At the same time, this study documents both the urban interiors and the interiors in the 60s and 70s popular spaces in the Konak area. Thank you for listening.
Yes, that was an excellent narrative. It's a beautiful way of unfurling the spirit of a city. I really congratulate you on that. So on your presentation style, notwithstanding the content that you had already in place. So yes, with that we move to the, is it the last one or I think it is the last presentation. Am I correct, Dr. Roxanne?
No, it is.
There is another one? Okay.
Yes, penultimate.
Updated?
We are in the
Okay,
penultimate.
so penultimate one now. Okay, so yes, this is exploring gentrification in the global south, a case study on Bangalore urban agglomeration, which is by PhD scholar Sagar Sinha and associate professor Arindam Bishash. Yes, I will share. I'm hoping that either or both are present here right now. No.
Yes, one of them are here. I
Okay,
see Sagar.
Okay, that's good to know, because as I said, it's getting quite late, but that you're here is good. Yes.
Hello everyone, I am Sagar Sinha and I am going to talk about exploring gentrification in Global South, a case study on Bangalore urban agglomeration. To begin with the definition of gentrification, it was initially coined by British sociologist Ruth Glass in 1964, where she describes the condition of London as movement of upper class people referred to as gentry into lower class workers resident in urban neighborhood, taking up their residences, opening businesses, resulting in a variety of changes by upgradation of infrastructure by external investment. This is also known as classical form of gentrification. Gentrification theory are of two types: production side gentrification theory given by Neil Smith in 1979, where he talks about rent gap thesis, and consumption side gentrification theory given by Lay in 1986, where he talks about professionalization thesis, and Hammett in 1991, where he talks about industrial restructuring and occupational changes. There are many authors who has done their work in this perspective. The demand side perspective referred to as consumption side gentrification theory, where supply perspective referred to as production side gentrification theory. Coming on to the neoliberal urbanism and its association with gentrification. To begin with the definition, neoliberal urbanism describes the transformation of cities and urban area under influence of neoliberal policy. Neoliberalism is a political ideology that emphasizes free market, individual freedom, limited government interventions, and is often associated with privatization of basic services, promotion of business interests, and deregulation of urban development. It has significantly impacted Indian cities, and where supporters argue with the fact that it stimulates economic growth and improves quality of life, whereas the critics provide evidences for income inequality, social disparity, and loss of cultural heritage. As a whole, it has resulted in displacement of resident and small businesses, construction of high-end housing and condominiums, limited access to essential services. Additionally, the focus on economic activity and efficiency has led to neglect in social consideration, destabilized cultural heritage, and increased financial activity and movement of affluent resident in the neighborhood. This is referred to as process of gentrification. How gentrification is relevant in Indian context, as the analytical utility of gentrification from the West cannot be presumed or compared with analytical utility of gentrification in the East. Residential property are being sold out even before construction, and the wealth accumulated are reinvested in land acquisition and purchases. Land disposition and property investment are rampant, especially in the peripheral areas. For example, Gurugram and Noida in NCR corridor between Mumbai and Pune, and the southern area beyond Bangalore's electronic city. Also, the small land transaction and land aggregation has started taking place. The notion of planetary gentrification. Has expanded to politically motivated displacement and redevelopment. Not much research has been done in changing practices of zoning, land management, and deployment of technology and of land management. For example, SEZs. Research in Indian urban redevelopment reveals that there is a complex and additional dimension of gentrification. Coming on to my methodology, to understand the process of gentrification and its evidence, the study examines the contribution of three methods. First is observational language of the map and multi-locality comparison, which help us to identify some predominant area of the city that are undergoing significant change during the last decade. Systematic street level and parcel level observation will help us in on-ground verification for more detailed and nuanced understanding of the changes. And the semi-structured interview or narrative from the local will help in a detailed and valuable insight from the lived experience of the resident. The methodology has been built upon the works of Lace and Lay, as mentioned in the book by Martin Phillip in 2004, as well as some other authors. The data collection was performed during June 2022 and September 22. Coming on to the study location, these are the 10 study locations that is initially identified from the maps. First one is Pina Industrial Area. Pina Industrial Area was established in late 1970s and is known as one of the biggest industrial area of Asia. The key observation of this area includes low-rise, semi-pakka and pakka houses that are built almost 40 years ago, whereas the high-rise building has come up in the past 5 years. Occupation, this area is basically occupied by daily wages and working in these industries. The migrants are belong from Bihar, UP, Odisha, and the nearby district. The second case study was Electronic City. The key observation include that the low-rise structure belong to the local residents for more than 50 who are residing in this area for more than 50 years. The migrants are from UP, Bihar, West Bengal, and works as mason, security guard, house helpers, etc. Rent for the low-rise one-room and kitchen structure ranges between 2,500 to 5,000 and almost up to 10,000 for 1 BHK. The rent for 2 BHK apartment ranges from 30,000 to 40,000 per month. The third study area is Doda Banaswadi. The key observation include that most of the land owner has sold their land and has migrated to a new place or a new state. The area is currently the area is occupied by the local people or the migrants from Andhra Pradesh, and it has a mixed kind of housing typology varying from low-rise structure to very high-rise structures. Also, the nearby locality has big commercial space and restaurant chains. Fourth case study is Whitefield. The key observation includes that most of the community in this area are gated community and are developed last 8 to 10 years, while there are also some low-rise structures that are as old as 60 to 70 years. The rent of these low-rise structures has gone up from 2,500 rupees to 9,000 rupees for 1 BHK in past 4 to 5 years. The residents residing in this area are mostly working in and around the region of. The fifth case study is Atibele. The key observation include industrial area. This area is located between Bangalore and Hosur in Tamil Nadu and is mostly occupied by the migrants from Gujarat, Odisha, in working in the industry such as garment industry or light engineering industry. Lately, in these areas, small telecom company has started coming up. The rent of a 1 BHK in this area starts from 2,000 rupees to 6,000 rupees, whereas for the 2 BHK structure is roughly around 8,000 to 10,000. Talking about the result and discussion, the globalization and neoliberal urbanism resulted in formation of special economic zone and agglomeration of knowledge-based IT industries, which resulted in improvement of job opportunity in manufacturing sector as well as rise in informal and unorganized sector. Due to the improved job opportunity in manufacturing and service sector, in-migration of skilled labor has occurred. As a result, there is a surge in demand of luxury and high-rise apartment, which as in all resulted in construction of high-rise condominium and conversion of single-story houses to luxury cottage. Because of these construction, there has been improvement and expansion of infrastructure. Also, the developer has started aggregating small land as well as wealth accumulated, and rural and agricultural land conservation has started taking place. The rise in informal and organized sector has resulted in in-migration of skilled labor and migrants from the nearby town. There is a surge in demand of affordable housing. As a result, there is an increase in slum and squatter formation, which the government started providing the basic services. Due to the formation of slum and clutter and the rise in high-rise condominium in the nearby area, land grabbing has been taking place by the private developer, which is a form of gentrification. Talking about the conclusion, the study reveals several key points that provide evidence of gentrification in Bangalore. The first one is continuous rise in land value and property prices in the real estate market, the displacement of poor resident and concentration of disadvantaged group in the small area. There is a continuous inflow of affluent people in this area. As a result, it is reflecting in spatial polarization. Residents in these low-rise areas are often engaged in unorganized sector, as they provide various service and support catering to the demand of gentrifying population. They are forced to live in substandard self-built structure. Due to the improved opportunity in post-liberal era, long-term residents who are residing in the area for past 30 to 50 years find themselves unaffordable to live the upscale lifestyle and are involuntarily forced to sell their plot and vacate the area. The construction of new high-rise condominium has started taking place. There is a displacement of almost entire community in the neighborhood, low-lying community in the neighborhood. The landowner benefits financially and from this process and settle in a new neighborhood or a new estate, whereas the low-income people living in a low-rise structure found a new area to settle until the expansion of the city reaches them. There is also a lack of inclusion in the government redevelopment policies, whereas which currently prioritizes economic growth and urban transformations. These are a few references. Thank you.
Yes, I think something is wrong with my camera and I'm not able to, it's not showing up. However, that
Not
was
yet.
a very topical, very relevant study, because all of us from India are able to understand that Bengaluru as it's called now, used to be the garden city. So its gentrification is now a city-wise phenomenon, which is converting it into flyover city or a high-rise city. So that will be an interesting paper to see written out. Yes. So with that, this is going to be the last one, but unfortunately, Dr. Roxane, I do not have that presentation. I will just read. Are you able to share it? If I read out the name, the parametric, is that the one? Parametric architectural design for a new city identity, materials, environments, and new applications. Is that the one? Okay, so I must have got the other version out.
Yes, it's that's one. It's my presentation.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yes,
I can send you the link if you want.
Ines, yes, thank goodness you're here. So yes, I think Dr. Roxane, should she share her presentation? You're muted. You're on mute, Dr. Roxane.
I can send you the link so you can share it. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Don't worry, I have it. Just
yes, Dr. Roxane has it. So yes,
Sonia, ma'am, you just make me a host. I will manage that.
Okay. Does that work? I just made multiple participants can share simultaneously. Does that work?
You just click on the 3 dots on my picture, then you will make me host. Make host. You click make host.
Make host, yes, done.
Okay, so I'm going to share the last presentation.
By Ines Sahtout.
Yes. Let me see now. First. Okay. Sure.
Yes, it's working.
Hello, I'm Ines Sahtout, Doctor in Design at the Higher Institute of Fine Arts of Tunis, Tunisia, in the context of the International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism. I'd like to present the subject of my research entitled Parametric Architectural Design for a New City Identity, Materials, Environments, and New Applications. The outline of the presentation is as follows, and it's structured as we present it through the methodological illustration. Through this methodological phase, you can see that our research is organized around 4 parts and is based on methodology that combines theory and practice. First, we will start an explanatory part dedicated to architectural application environments and their dimensions. Third, we will distinguish between the characteristic of the city as a medium and the city as an object. In the end, a new architectural vision will be discussed in order to include the user as the first actor in the design of his city. Our research objective is to gather elements that could consolidate the new parametric modeling experiences developed by designers and researched in spatial geometries with the new constraints of architectural construction for a homogenized territorial interpretation and a better city identification. The questions of our research are: what are the new investigations environment that parametric design explores to optimize the lived experience in the city? Does the architectural viability of the city rely on the safeguarding parameter of its environment or its constant updating? What are the required modeling parameters for an appropriate city transformation? Generated architectural modeling is a methodical design in which the insertion of sound, image, and architectural models is generated from the implementation of several rules depending on very specific algorithms. Parametric architectural design is an innovative approach in the field of architecture that is intended to create buildings and public spacing using advanced digital tools. It's founded on the use of parameters that control all aspects of an architectural project, from geometry to environmental performance. That's how John Fraser added that computer modeling is a method of virtual representation that provides a form of electronic prototyping. Specific vocabulary that refers to parametric architectural configuration. We can find Woodbury indicated that design is change, parametric modeling represents change. Jabi has identified both electronic prototyping and algorithm thinking. Ajla Aksamija has indicated that it's a quality of a generative design, and Helmut Putman identified a desired design outcome. The description of parametric design basics in this section helped us to understand that technological innovation based on new digital performance software is a process that is introducing change for the optimization of architectural modelization. This illustration is a kind of a summary that puts Woodbury's idea of change into perspective, combining urban planning research with a conceptual design parametric and constructive design parametric. To illustrate how innovation and creative master builders play a crucial role in architectural design, the second section of our research is structured around application examples of parametric architectural models, identifying the construction drawing of urban cities. These examples will refer to the interoperability of two environments and are configured using Rhino 3D parametric design software with Grasshopper. As indicated in this table, we have two classes of parameters and classes of metaparameters. Classes of parameters fixed around parametric architectural conceptual design, and metaparameter classes fixed around parametric architectural constructive design. And we can add to this configuration that form thinking as imagine and draw are combining to form making and imagine and make. Imagine and draw, imagine and make are two classes of parameters that identify sizes, ergonomics, function, in drawing, and usability, shapes, contours, functionality in making. Lighting, dark, fashion, materials, climate, energy, environment in drawing. Population, genome, fitness, selection, mutation in constructive. All these parameters are here to give us some prototypes and some results through visualization, simulations, and parametric models. Modeling and configuring the space becomes a tool facilitating the user's experimentation and integrating them at the same time into a reading and interpretation phase. In this sense, each modeling activity requires configured form thinking and creativity based on architectural knowledge. The interaction between thinking and doing will be explained by translating and transforming architectural knowledge into graphic form-making representation. The particularity of the city is recognized through its climate, its environmental insertion, its urban structuring, and its appropriation. By configuring and classifying these parameters, Rhinoceros, 3D, and Grasshopper display the city and connect it with its environment in a way that optimizes its sustainability. We can see here an example of Ladybug, where we can see that it allows to visualize and analyze weather data in Grasshopper. This includes diagrams like the sun's path, wind draws, a psychometric chart, etc. To explore the cities geospatially in 2D and 3D, data is collected from the OSM OpenStreetMap website. As soon as the model is downloaded from the platform, it becomes usable in the Rhinoceros Grasshopper. Here we can see an example with Urbano. By combining Urbano to Galapagos, we can provide a prospecting genome to achieve fitness that can be maximized or minimized. Galapagos is an example of parametric architectural constructive design. And the grid illustration, and over the grid illustration, we can see that Galapagos is minimizing mass addition, distances between the searched best points, and all amenities prospected on the map. In describing our result, we refer to two urban design pioneers and theorists. We propose two styles of discourse and two types of graphic representation, revolving respectively the city as an object, on the one hand, and the city as a medium in the other. We thus propose to link together the two parametric design environments, parametric architectural conceptual design, which identify the city as a medium, and parametric architectural constructive design, which identify image and make and the city as an object. The city is a physically and spatially complex entity combining economic, social, cultural, and environmental aspects. For this reason, urban design is a disciplinary field that links architecture and spatial planning. It's also a meeting hub for designers, engineers, artists, architects, and garden planners, all working together to satisfy human needs and expectations. This presentation tends to define the parametric context of the architectural design of the city as a new paradigm of creation and conceptualization. Designers and specialist research conceive, plan, and implement change in the world around us. And this is the key issue for our humanity. Every creativity, activity is the result of a conscious, deliberate, and free human endeavor. Finally, every digital design and modeling result is an act of creation. Time is humanized by and through the act of creating, modeling, prototyping, and configuring. The experience of modeling and parametric architectural space suggests to designers and consumers of space to open up to a new culture of the conception of architectural projects, a culture based on a digital design environment, but above all on human methods and ways of thinking. City design strategy should embrace citizens as the main actors in their lifestyle environment. The city is designed, previewed, and then visualized through the perception of its future user, who in turn is sensitive to the need to safeguard its history, enhance its identity, and ensure its sustainability. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. That was a very comprehensive presentation on the parametric rules, as well as linking all the branches of built environment as we know them, and then putting the citizen on top of everything. So yes,
Indeed.
Yeah, that was a wonderful presentation. Yes, thank you so much for it. And
Thank you.
now we move
Thank you.
on. Yes,
Thank
now
you.
we move on to the last roundtable of this at this session of the conference.
Yes, we are waiting for the questions. If any questions are there.
Questions for the
We have 10 minutes.
the last session. As usual, if you allow me, then I could begin, and then we could have other questions coming in from the viewers. So could I begin with the questions?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Right. Thank you. So my question is to Professor Ayten on the sustainability impact of tall buildings on low-rise residential environments. You're here? Dr. Ayten is here? Because it will be no point asking the question if the person is not here.
Yes, we are here. I'm Mustafa, and my colleagues.
Okay, love.
So I think she's
very
around.
nice. Very nice. Yes. So the question that I was actually wondering while I was looking at your very detailed study was that the questionnaire, or rather the interviews, rather. Sorry for that expression. So the interviews, were they conducted with specifically the people who were living in the low-rise buildings, or did they cover both high-rise and low-rise residents? I did not get a sense of that.
Actually, we try to conduct with all residents in this area, with low-rise buildings, whose are old residents, and high-rise buildings. And unfortunately, we couldn't find them during the daytime. On high-rise buildings. So all our questionnaires and interviews are done with low residents who lives in low-rise. Actually, this is one of the part of our research, because this changing in this area, breaking the social and cultural relations. It's affecting social and cultural relations, and there is no social and cultural sustainability in that high-rise buildings. So all our works focusing to low-rise buildings.
Yes, that is what I was wondering, because it is to really understand the impact on the residents who have been there, as you said, for the last, some of them for the last 50 years, and some of them even more than that. So it was important to understand how they were experiencing this change. So I was curious to know whether you specifically targeted them, but as you said, it happened, and it's a good thing that happened in that way, so that we are able to understand their mentality and their experience much better. And I was also wondering, because I was also wondering, because in your presentation you had this column which noted your interview results, and then there was an observation column. And there were, in some there were blanks, and some there were green boxes with ticks, and then there was these red ones. So what do the blanks mean? Is it that means is it in concurrence with your interviews, or how did that? Yes.
Actually, according to our, we divide our observations and our result from the interviews into different categories. Those who are matching with the literature review and existing researchers, and our observation, and the feedback from the residents who is living there. Some of them are matching to each other, some of them are not. For example, they don't feel any economical and environmental impact, but we observe that there is a changing and loss in sustainability of an economical and environmental impact of that area.
Right.
So we try to criticize who is matching with their experience, our observations, and existing literature review.
Right. Right. So did you go forward with the analysis of why it was matching and why it was not, or was it just your study stopped there?
No, those who are not matching.
Ah, okay. Understood. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Anybody else would like to also come up with questions for Mustafa while we are on the topic? Yes, we have a hand raised. Muhammad
Yes,
Yes.
doctor. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a long day. Very good,
It has.
beneficial one. Yes. Briefly, the same topic about Dr. Mustafa. If I got it good, the research speaking about the houses or residential areas in Cyprus, especially in Nicosia. So the context of Cyprus, as I know, especially the Cypriot house, has its own special, unique, specific characteristics of the house. So in your opinion, Dr. Mustafa, how to preserve the traditional characteristics of the Cypriot house with the phenomenon of the high-rise building?
Yes, this is one of the questions why we start to work on this topic. You are right. There is a unique characteristic of residential houses in Cyprus in both sides. And they have environmental relations, they have cultural and social relations by the environment, existing neighborhood, and their materials are special and local materials, which is sorry, energy saver. So this is our aim to analyze what is the impact of these tall buildings in low residential or let's say traditional low-rise buildings. But because of the growing population in Cyprus, especially in city centers, the governments and regulations are trying to give them chance to make a new construction for high-rise buildings. And this is another economic force to locals to change their old houses and replace it with high-rise building. So atmosphere, environment, and regulations is forcing existing regulations to do this. But if we manage the local regulations and governmental regulations and we separate the zoning in cities, in Lefkoşa, these are the traditional places and we cannot touch it. We have to preserve it. So according to this regulation, I think we can survive this traditional and environmental atmosphere in this low-rise area. I don't know if it's clear for your question.
It is clear. It is clear. I don't want to extend
Hello.
it to reach to the SKLA things. So it's very, very clear now. Thank you so much.
First thing that we can do, especially in Cyprus, local rules and governmental application to protect these areas.
Okay. Thank
Hello,
you so much.
everyone. Hello. I would like to make a contribution to my colleague Mustafa for
Yes,
the
surely.
question.
Please go ahead. And while she's at it, Dr. Roxane, is it possible to stop the screen share now so we can see everyone? Thank you so much. Yes, please go. Please go ahead. I think.
For that region at the end, as a conclusion, we think that rule is not a proper rule for that region. It should be kept as it is. We get that conclusion from our observations and from the interviews also. We are not against the tall buildings, high-rise buildings for the cities and that contemporary architecture, but there are some special neighborhoods, districts that we believe we have to keep them, preserve them as they are. And we think this region is such a region. When we visit the site for interviews, all the residents were willing to explain us their problems. Normally, they don't like that kind of interviews, like they invite us, we passed a long time in their houses, and they had the they think that can be a chance to hear their voice to government and at least from now on to stop that tall buildings. And we believe the same thing. We should stop at that district, at that region, and keep it as it is. They don't want to sell their houses, but
that pressure, instead of 1 unit, they have chance to make 12 unit, 12 floor. They couldn't resist that pressure.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa. Thank you, Ayten. And just waiting for other questions. I'm just since Farjana is still here and is really very late, I would like to ask this question has been bothering me, is that you said that the practice of prayer in mosque is still prevalent. Farjana, you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Yeah, yes. So the practice is still there in the Middle East. Am I correct? Yes.
Yes.
So do you have any idea when, how, and why the practice stopped in the Indian subcontinent? I mean, if sometimes when you understand the reasons why, you can tackle it better to get it back on track. Yes.
I think, ma'am, the Indian subcontinent, if we look at the overall context, not only Bangladesh, the overall the way people, the kings or the rulings have been such that in our region also, in Bangladesh also, women are not entitled to such kind of activities, like they're not allowed. First of all, they were not allowed, and now even after being contemporary practices everywhere in our country, if we look at a few mosques in Dhaka, which is the capital, there we can see a few mosques are being designed by architects. They are open for women, but if we look at our context in this city, they are not. So that was my concern, why it is not open.
Right.
And even women themselves also do not think that it is like they're right or they should be going. They do not think so.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I think we have another question from Mohammed Baibat. Is that right?
Yes, Dr.
Yes,
Sonia.
please.
The same.
Yes,
I had
please.
two questions. One from Dr. Mustafa. You already asked that, and one for Ms. Forjana. The same
Yes, please.
concern. This is not the first time we saw this phenomenon in today's conference about the women accessibility for the mosques. So the same concern I have for Ms. Forjana. Is it a consequence from a general problem, in your opinion? This, or it is a general problem? So this phenomenon about the accessibility, is it consequence from a general problem, or it is itself a general problem? Thank you.
Okay, so for me, I think it is a consequence of few problems in this context, as I have already said, because from the early times we see that women are not allowed outside. If we know the culture here, like even if we know the Zamindar times, the women are not allowed outside, or even not allowed to go to the premise if outsiders are there. So this practice is always here. In this context, we have always seen this kind of practices. So maybe that is one, maybe that kind of thing has been happening here. And another thing can be the proper teaching has not reached here. I mean, the proper essence of Islam, where we actually elevate the place of women, but still here the practice is lost. Maybe it's from a consequence of problem generation by generation. It's not like today only happening. It has been happening for a long time. If we look at the historical context, this is what I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question and for the answer. If I may ask, I can see that Dr. Gulnur is here. I was really quite moved by the narrative and the style that you presented the city, the unfolding of the evolution of the city. Can you hear me, Dr. Gulnur?
Yes, I am here.
Yes. So, like I said, the narrative was extremely not just interesting, but very, very demonstrative of how a city can be shown through that story. I'm wondering, you know, in the way that you've unfurled the history of the city, and it ended with many of the spaces not being used now. I'm wondering, how did you think the aim of this research was? What was your aim? Could you just kind of phrase that for us so we have a sense of perspective on that?
Sure. We try to understand the people's memories about the traditional part of the city, and all the each people have some memories about this area because it's a traditional place and an important area for the citizens for a long time. So we try to find these importance by revealing the memories of the people, and all the people in our presentation are relatives of ours. For example, a taxi driver is my father. He was dead, and other characters is relatives of Bengi, and the woman in the pharmacy, the mother of Bengi. And we found all these photographs from our family albums, and made some interviews with the people that lived in that area. So we combined all these things together, photographs, interviews, and the information and the history of the city came together to be able to reveal the real life of the city throughout the years. So I think this is a kind of urban history, and all these history connected with the memories of the people, and all these archival documents came together. This is a kind of documentary.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Any questions for Dr. Gilder and team?
Sonia, ma'am, we are already late from
Okay,
the
so do
closing ceremony, 8
Okay.
minutes.
I think we will break. We will now stop the session if that is okay.
Yes, thank you very much for your wonderful coordinating to the.
Thank you for helping me through it.
Thank you very much. So we can end the session. I am very lucky to be with you in this session because it has a partially nostalgic feeling. I have been in India before 13 years. I made my master there. So I am familiar with the context of the urban fabric, and I am encouraged to see the place of Dr. Mustafa and Ayten. Really, since I am here in Cyprus, I want to visit the place and see what happened there. Thank you very much for all of you. See you in the closing ceremony, and I hope to see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this honor of having hosted this session, and thank you all for all the participants for the brilliant presentations. We carry the memories with us, and we look forward to the papers. I'm sure it's going to be a really memorable. It has been a memorable occasion, and we will take back a lot of knowledge for sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.